Morning, everyone. The time has come to start the meeting, and as you'll note, I am not Mayor Matthew Garwood. I'm just substituting for him for the period of time that he's at the Town and Gown, and he'll be back at some stage during the middle of the meeting to take over. So I'm Hugh McKenzie, Deputy Mayor. So I'll start with an acknowledgement of country. I'd just like to acknowledge the Aboriginal peoples as the traditional owners on the land on which we're meeting today, and pay our respects to elders past and present, and acknowledge any Aboriginal people who are here with us today. So thank you very much. You may be seated. Just to explain the rules of the meeting, an audio-visual recording is being made of the meeting. All persons attending the meeting are to be respectful of and considerable towards other persons attending the meeting. Language and conduct at the meeting that could be perceived as offensive, defamatory or threatening to a person attending the meeting or listening to the recording is not acceptable. Now, just note for councillors and everybody in the room, we've got a fairly full agenda today, so could I just ask that people speak as concisely as they can about matters and not repeat themselves if somebody's already said it, so that we can get through the meeting in a reasonable time. I appreciate there's some fairly important matters that we're dealing with in the room today, and certainly don't want to quell a conversation about things that are important, but just make sure that you use your words as efficiently as possible if we could. There are no mayoral acknowledgements. Are there any declarations of interest for today's meeting? Councillor Pentridge?
In relationship to
24.5 in closed council. Thank you very much. Any other declarations of interest? If not, we'll proceed on. The minutes of the previous meeting have been circulated. So the recommendation is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of the City of Launceston Council held on 13th November 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record. Somebody happy to move that? Councillor Palmer. Seconder. Councillor Britton. Anyone wishing to speak to the minutes? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Sorry, better put my hand up. That's all councillors present. Moving on to 5, councillor workshops. Council workshop report for the 20th of November 2025, 27th of November 25 and the 4th of December 2025. Decision statement is to recommend that Council, pursuant to Regulation 10.3C of the Local Government Meeting Procedures, Regulations 2025, note the Council workshops conducted and attended since the last Council meeting for the purposes described. First one was on the 20th of November. I won't read it all out. The second one was on the 27th of November and the third one was on the 4th of November. Would somebody like to move that they are? Councillor Gibson, Councillor Marsden seconding. Anyone like to speak to the workshop?
just put it clarity, sorry,
Oh, sorry, I thought you had your hand up. So Councillor Marsden and Councillor Harris. Councillor Marsden being the mover and Councillor Harris being the seconder. We'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say, put the hands up. All those against? That's all councillors present. Motion carried. We now move on to... I've lost my place already. Item 6, councillor leaves of absence applications and parental leave of notifications. There are none for this council meeting. And I think I've probably missed the apology somewhere, so I'll make sure the apologies. I know Councillor McMahon is an apology and Councillor Mayor Garwood will be an apology for part of the meeting and will attend when he can get back from Town and Gown. We now move on to... the right page, my apologies. Questions from members of the public. Questions on notice by members of the public. They are outlined in the papers that were there with the responses from councillors, from council officers in regard to that. So I won't read those, so they're just there for noting. Now we're now 8.2, questions without notice. Just the public question time rules. If you are participating in public question time, please move to the microphone at the rear of the council chambers and state your name and address. You may then ask up to 3 questions. Please direct your questions to the acting mayor or the deputy mayor. The mayor may refuse to accept a question if it happens for reasons will be provided. If your questions are accepted, they will be either answered at the meeting or taken on notice and answered at a future council meeting. Your questions are not to be defamatory, inappropriate or abusive or be intended to embarrass any person. Debate or discussion about questions on answers is not permitted. Please note that only questions asked at today's meeting without preamble will be published in the council minutes.
Thank you,
Mr. Bain.
Deputy Mayor Hugh. Ron Baines, Kings Meadows. As the council is aware, the Foo Fighters band has a combined wealth of 300 million. Dave Grohl is about 320 million. So why is council giving $150,000 of ratepayers' money to a band that should be funding themselves?
Okay, I might hand that to the CEO.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you, Mr Baines, for your question. It's quite a standard practice for governments, both state, federal and even local government, to support a number of events. For example, we can even look at AFL content, where we know that AFL content is supported by both state, federal governments and in some cases local governments. Quite common for many bands. In fact, this council has previously supported previous entertainment. You may recall, being a long-term resident, that this council has sponsored The Cause when they came to the city of Launceston. Prior to that, they also funded Elton John to come and also play at York Park as well. So more often than not, a lot of these large entertainment companies do require sponsorship, be that from the private sector or the public sector.
Thank you. Who actually gets the combined total of $650,000? Do the promoters get it, or does the band get it?
Might refer that matter to the CEO as well.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Mr Baines, the money goes to the event management company that actually provide the entertainment.
Okay. Will any money from the ticket sales be reimbursed to the council or the government?
To the CEO.
Thank you again through the chair. No, it's by way of sponsorship.
Definite no. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Mr Bain.
No, that's all right.
Any other questions? Mr Dickinson.
Yeah, thank you, Acting Mayor. Jim Dickinson at Riverside. For some 8 months now, I've been going, well, I live close to the gorge, obviously just down Riverside. I go up there quite often walking. It's a lovely spot. For the last 8 months, the kiosk, the cafe up there has been closed. Now that's quite appalling, the fact that in the gorge, which is Launceston's main tourist and visitor area, which should have the cafe should be closed.
Are you talking about the restaurant on the far side?
No, not next to the one where the restaurant is, and it's got the little cafe or the little kiosk next to it, where you just wander through, grab a coffee as you're walking through the gorge. So that's been shut 8 months. Eventually I got fed up and I wrote to the council, pointing that out, and I got a reply which thanked me for my interest. Well, that's a pretty dreadful reply, pretty basic reply. So I wrote back and said, well, you know, I don't want to be thanked for my interest. How about reopening the kiosk? When's it going to be reopened? And I thought, rather than just ask a question, I made a comment that it could be open on a daily basis from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock, for example, just 4 hours in the middle of the day, and only serve coffee and cake. Something quite basic that could be handled very simply, and that would overcome the problem. I didn't get a reply to that, which is so. Eventually, that was to the contact us address. Eventually, 5 weeks later, I got a reply from a person apologising for being late to reply, and the basic thrust of it was work is proceeding up there and we're going to reopen it in the near future. Well, that was basically untrue. You can't use the word lie in these sort of circumstances, but it was basically an untrue statement, because as of yesterday when I went up there again, there's not a sign of any work happening at all. So for 8 months, it's been empty, unoccupied, and nobody from the council had been anything to reopen it. And I just happened to notice yesterday, going through today's agenda, that there's an item there spending $370,000 to do some work to refurbish it.
Yeah.
So,
There is an item in closed council to discuss renovations. And
yeah, that's what I just said, that there's an item on today's thing.
Yeah.
So after 8 months, there's a closed council session about doing something about it. No, that's unacceptable, obviously. If what happens today in closed council gets approved, it means that nothing will happen immediately. So over the Christmas holiday period, it's still going to be shut. You have tourists and visitors. Okay, I can go on, but I don't need to. You must see the point I am making.
Yeah, I clearly see the point. There is another cafe on the other side. I appreciate it's not as convenient.
What's on the other side is totally irrelevant to what's on the...
No, absolutely irrelevant to that, but there is another cafe within the gorge system. But I'll hand it over to the CEO to make a comment.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you, Mr Dickinson, for your question. And I assume we're talking about the Gorge restaurant building facility and, of course, the cafe bit on the front of that Gorge restaurant.
Right, yeah.
As you may recall, we did go to expression of interest earlier this year for both the cafe and the restaurant at the Gorge. We were unsuccessful in getting anyone respond for the restaurant itself. As a result, our building assets maintenance team have taken the opportunity to review that condition of the building. I understand there are some challenges, particularly with the understructure of that building, and some underpinning is required. And as referred to by the Acting Mayor, we do have in closed council today hopefully the acceptance of a tender to undertake those works, which is certainly more substantial than we initially anticipated, now that our team have had the ability to go in and have a good look around at the condition of that building. So, subject to today's tender being awarded, we hope to have that building in a condition where we can get it back to market relatively quickly.
Yes, that's...
I think your point is that it's 8 months.
8 months to get to the stage you're at where you're having a closed session is totally sort of unacceptable. The reply I got back in October from council was sort of unfortunately due to the state of the building following from the previous lease completion. Launceston has been working hard to remediate the building. Well, that's not true. Nothing's been happening at all until today. To put it back into public use. I can assure you that we are heavily invested towards providing a beautiful building for the future. So that was written 2 months ago, which is obviously untrue based on what the CEO has just said. So it's all very disappointing. It's going to be...
I acknowledge your disappointment and take on board your comments today, and we'll endeavour to rectify it with our decision this afternoon.
Thank you.
Any other questions without notice? If not, we'll move on. Next item on the agenda are petitions. There are no petitions. Deputations, there are no deputations. So we're now under the provisions of the Land Use Planning Approvals Act 1993. Council acts as a planning authority in regard to items included in agenda item 11, planning authority. We have item 11.1, DA 0335/2025, 6 Richards Avenue, Newstead, residential demolition of an existing dwelling and construction of a new dwelling. There is a recommendation that in accordance with section 51 and 57 of the Land Use Planning Approvals Act 1993 and the Tasmanian Planning Scheme, Launceston, a permit be granted for residential demolition of an existing dwelling and construction of a new dwelling at 6 Richards Avenue, Newstead, subject to the following conditions. We have a number of speakers, I'm sure, in relation to this. I don't actually have a list of who they are. So the first speaker is Margie Heames, 13 Lime Avenue, East Launceston. Would you like to speak?
To the Deputy Mayor, we have a couple of concerns with regards to the build. I'm speaking also on behalf of residents in 9 Lime Avenue, as their concern is access to their side entrance and carport, which they mainly use due to mobility issues. I understand that the shorter laneway will be affected when Taswater put in the new water access to this property, how will they then access their residence during this period?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not a question time. I think you can only, you're just outlining your notes. Yep.
And my other concern was, as there is no access to the property vehicle-wise in Richards Avenue, how is the debris and the building materials to be delivered on site? Is this via the laneways, which are not suited to heavy vehicles?
That'll be a matter for building rather than planning, so that'll be a building issue.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Phil Beeston, S Group.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, and thanks, councillors, for your time this morning. I'm here representing S Group, the architect for the project. We're obviously here in support of your council planner's recommendation to approve the proposed demolition of the existing dwelling and the construction of a new residence on the site. I'd like to briefly highlight the key aspects of the design that respond directly to the Tasmanian planning scheme and demonstrate why this proposal represents a positive outcome, both for the owners and for the neighbourhood. The existing dwelling is ageing, as you saw last Thursday. It's inefficient and no longer fit for the functional needs of the residents. The proposed new home has been carefully designed to sit within the established character of Richards Ave. Its scale, height and form have been carefully considered in relation to the surrounding residential development, and we've paid close attention to maintaining appropriate setbacks, managing the overlooking and ensuring that the bulk of the building remains respectful to the adjoining properties. In preparing the design, we undertook detailed site analysis and engaged proactively with the planning requirements to ensure the proposal met or exceeded all applicable performance criteria. This includes managing privacy through considered window placements, addressing overshadowing through sensitive massing, and ensuring that the architectural expression enhances rather than detracts from the streetscape. We do acknowledge the concerns raised by representatives, and we've worked closely with your council planners to address these through updated designs, which were in the package, of course, and believe the amended proposal strikes a fair balance between responding to those concerns whilst maintaining the integrity of the design. We appreciate the thorough assessment undertaken by Jen and the council planning team, which confirms that the proposal complies with the scheme and is suitable for approval. The recommended conditions are reasonable, and we're fully willing to comply with those conditions. This project represents a high-quality contemporary home that supports renewal within an established residential area while protecting the amenity of the neighbours. We respectfully ask councillors to uphold the officer's recommendation. And I'll park that there. And on a side note, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas, and I want to thank you for the work that you do for the community. It is appreciated as a resident of the community, not with my S Group hat on. You're in the spotlight. You're often being criticised, not often being thanked. And I just want to say thank you for the work you do. Merry Christmas.
Hey, thanks, Phil. Next one, Jenny Banbury of 8 Richards Avenue.
We like where we live, and 8 Richards Avenue is our forever home. We welcome a well-considered DA for 6 Richards Avenue. The property needs work. The planning report repeatedly mentions that our north deck will still get sunlight with the proposed DA. The north deck is not where we spend our time. Our living spaces are on the eastern side of the house, and these will be dramatically and unreasonably affected by the proposed dwelling. We don't get much western sun. The result? Virtually sunless living spaces. What if the shoe were on the other foot? What if the developer were to have virtually no sunlight in their habitable spaces? What if their solar system installation was not able to access reasonable sunlight? What if their open outdoor private spaces became devoid of sunlight? Well, the answers are clear. It would be unacceptable. The planning scheme is in place for a reason, so that there is equity for all. Otherwise, it would seem as rules for us, but not for them. Everyone should play within the lines. The DA blatantly minimises the actual impacts of the proposal in critical areas. Our loss of amenity would be significant and unreasonable. We welcome a more considered DA for 6 Richards Avenue within the constraints of the planning codes and within the building envelope. Please reject the current proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other speakers listed. Are there any other speakers for the matter? Yes. Please come forward and state your name and address.
Good morning, Council and officers.
Just your name and address, sorry.
My name is Stephen Banbury of 8 Richards Avenue.
Thank you, Stephen.
Jenny and I have been residents in Newstead for the past 25 years, with 15 years at Richards Avenue, and we intend to be there for the next 25 as well. Professionally, I run an engineering business that relies on development and therefore, by definition, pro-development. This includes the redevelopment of Richards Avenue. However, the application presented relies so heavily on performance criteria without acceptable outcome-based solutions that this alone should be enough to dismiss it. The quantum of minor changes conditioned by the planning department should also require resubmission. Solar studies presented are still partial, and the assertion that our loss of amenity across the entire eastern wing of our house is acceptable because we receive partial sunlight in another room doesn't pass the pub test, let alone objective assessment. The recommendation to move the upper storey to the east to reduce overshadowing of our property, making minor changes to our solar access, would be to the direct detriment of the residents of 10 and 12 Rupert Street. Our loss of solar access and capacity, which has been carefully optimised so that we're close to carbon neutral across the year, is not minor and should not be endorsed by a council spruiking sustainability. We agree with others' concerns on process, including an addressed letter from Richard Jamieson advising us to turn up at 1 p.m. today. Had we followed this advice, our voices would not have been heard. Discussions with planners also indicate they expect this application to be referred to the Appeals Tribunal. My question then is why the planners would recommend the approval to Council, knowing full well there are genuine grounds for appeal, subjecting both ourselves and Council to significant cost. On this basis, we strongly recommend that you reject the application in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you.
I also have a letter here from Jake and Emma Terry that I'd like to read out.
I'll take that as a second commentator. That's fine. Yep.
Is that okay? A letter from Jake and Emma Terry of 10 Rupert Street. As you're aware, in follow-up to our emails to councillors, I'm writing to formally object to the proposed development at 6 Richards Avenue. This proposal is inconsistent with the planning scheme. The building exceeds the permitted height by more than 3 metres, over 40% above the limit, resulting in a visually dominant structure completely out of scale with the surrounding Federation homes. The impacts on neighbouring properties, including ours, are significant. The development would cause overshadowing, invasive oversight, and a practical loss of private open space. At the proposed height, occupants would look directly into our home and backyard, an unacceptable intrusion on our privacy and wellbeing. Council's recommendation states, in considering the impacts of the existing dwelling at 10 Rupert Street, the proposed development would be partially obscured and separated from the private open space by the existing outbuilding, limited impact to habitable rooms. This directly contradicts the evidence we submitted showing the actual line of sight into our living, dining and kitchen spaces. The application is incomplete. Critical information has been omitted or selectively presented, preventing proper assessment. The consultation process has also been inconsistent and opaque. Only 2 residents were contacted directly for follow-up, while others most affected received no engagement. The applicant was granted an extension without transparency, and we've been giving just a few days to respond. To then recommend approval on the basis that it does not impact neighbouring properties is deeply concerning. Ignoring clear non-compliance risks is setting a precedent that normalises oversized dwellings in an established residential neighbourhood. For these reasons, we respectfully urge Council to consider the number of objections from all and refuse the application in its current form. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers? If not, the motion which I read out earlier is there. Is there somebody wishing to move it? Councillor Harris, a seconder. Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the speakers as well. As a consequence, I will start with a few questions, if I may, to perhaps ask our staff how these issues will be addressed. The first question I have was in regard to access to the laneway at the north of the property, whilst TasWater will be installing pipelines, etc. Is that covered under the planning scheme, or is that actually covered under the building application?
Thank you, Councillor Harris. That's not relevant to the planning item. It's not a matter for council. That's a TasWater issue.
However, it is a practical issue for the residents, so how could they be feeling satisfied that their interest and access will be maintained? What procedures are in place for contractors like to TasWater or otherwise? Are you able to outline those, whether they get a letter of notice to say that the laneway is going to be dug up, or is that something we can't talk about here?
We're not able to comment on the processes of TasWater. As a government authority, I'd imagine they do have a community engagement or project communication team, and I'd assume if they're undertaking works, they do something like a letterbox drop. Again, though, not a matter for council. I'd suggest that that's an issue to take up with TasWater directly, Councillor. Okay,
thank you. The second access was in regard to the access to the building site. For those of us who have been on site, and most of us have, the removal of the building material and such, whilst this is an address of 6 Richards Avenue, it would seem that that would be difficult to access unless they put a new crossover and access from Richards Avenue to the site. Are you able to make any comment about how the building materials, both during demolition and also during construction, may be brought onto the site?
A crossover is proposed off Richards Avenue. We're not able to comment directly on the sequence of events, but I would imagine that crossover would be established relatively early in the piece to allow reasonable access for machines and deliveries. Anything that requires works in the road reserve would require a separate permit from the council. If machines or other things need to occupy the road reserve temporarily whilst works are underway, there are processes for council to monitor and regulate that.
Thank you. Some comments were made about the building or the development application, doesn't meet the performance criteria in a number of cases. How many items actually relate to having to use the performance criteria for this particular development application, and what actually are they in relation to?
The application has been assessed on all the standards of the scheme, but there were only 2 that were assessed against the performance criteria. One of those is for the setbacks and buildings of all dwellings, so that's the development was outside the building envelope, and the other one was for the frontage fences for all the dwellings as well. It didn't meet the exemption.
Okay, so I might have a further question on the building envelope, if you may. The building envelope, as I understand it, is something that is designed for a flat block of land where you come up a certain distance, you then come in to create an envelope on a flat block of land, which you hopefully will keep your building within. The trouble, of course, on a sloping block of land is that when you place that on there, if you have anything, it comes through the envelope. That is an accepted norm within the building envelope. Have you any comment about how much of the building has come into the protrusion outside the building envelope and whether that is considered reasonable under the circumstance of being such a steep block?
Yeah, so it's not mandatory that buildings fit within the building envelope because sometimes that is very difficult to achieve, particularly on sloping sites. So there's the performance criteria and there's a number of tests that the development will be assessed against, and so which includes the impacts on the adjoining properties as well. So in assessing the application, we've gone through quite a lot of detail to have a look at how the proposed dwelling complies with all of the performance criteria. Then you get to make that decision on it.
Okay, and can I take it that after you assess the performance criteria, that the building was considered compliant?
Yeah, the building was considered compliant as it did not result in any unreasonable impacts to the adjoining dwellings.
Yes, the word unreasonable and reasonable is one that is open to debate, of course. The solar performance, we heard about the solar access to the panels. The shadow diagram shown for the 21st of June indicated a slight overshadowing of that. Of course, the 21st of June is taken when the shortest day, the sun is lowest in the sky. It probably also has the least influence on the solar panels. They tend to work better at this time of year than they do in the middle of winter. What is the test about lack or the loss of access to sunlight for existing solar panels when considering a DA?
We normally consider for overshadowing that loss of 3 hours of sunlight, obtaining 3 hours of sunlight in the middle of the day is acceptable. Yep. There's not as much of a test when it comes to solar arrays. That's a relatively new standard. However, in looking at the sun shadow diagrams, as you pointed out, there is some loss on the shortest day of the year. It's considered that the rest of the year they would have quite a lot of access to sunlight.
Yep. So the same effect would be if it was cloudy or raining on that day of the 21st, you wouldn't get much performance out of your solar panels then. Finally, there were two other questions raised by Jake and Emma Terry about overshadowing the loss of privacy at their address at 10 Rupert Street. Are you able to give us any background into your investigations and considerations of those two claims, particularly in regard to the loss of privacy into their kitchen and living areas?
So there are separate standards that deal with privacy, and the application met all the acceptable solutions for privacy, particularly in regard to Rupert Street.
Okay, so did that involve any provision of screens on the proposed dwelling, or that wasn't required in this case?
They have proposed a minor changes to their application to include some screening. That's not a requirement of the scheme. The application actually met all the acceptable solutions for privacy, and it's been set back appropriately.
Okay, thank you. And finally, there was a comment made about the extension of time for the applicant to make changes to their original proposal, which wasn't passed on to the residents as such. Are you able to explain just the process that goes on when an extension of time or a pausing of the 42-day approvals clock applies to any development application?
We generally grant an extension of time if it's requested, and particularly if it's required to help the applicant address issues of community concern. So when that's granted, there is no process necessarily to inform representatives that we've granted it. The representatives get informed when we are ready to determine it.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll speak now to the item, if you like. Thank you very much for those questions from the public, and hopefully the answers will help understand. However, I'm very conscious that at any time when you have a new development, in an existing area, change is going to mean change for those who are surrounding it. However, the house that we visited, built in the early 1900s, if not 1900, has seen better days, and the current owner has decided that he would rather remove the house, as is his or her desire and ability to do so, and wants to build a new, more contemporary house in its place. This is not uncommon in any established suburbs, otherwise they would always stay the same, exactly the same as they always were. We don't have any covenants on this property. It's not a heritage listed one. It was probably a house that was built not by a large entrepreneur, but I may be wrong on that, but probably someone who worked for a salary, but probably a good salary because it's a good area of Launceston. And hence that is why.
Councillor Harris, can we just keep it relevant to the planning scheme?
I will. So the amenity of the area is something that many people have talked about, but change is common. And I think we need to consider that when we consider this development application. The architects, as they have said, done a good job to address as many of the issues that they could within this particular development application. They have made efforts to move rooms, make them smaller, put some extra, as we heard, some extra screening up to ensure people's privacy in their public area, in their areas that they live in as well. And as such, I think this is an application that we should support. Whether others choose to take it to the Planning Appeals Tribunal will be for them to make their own decision. But I think in this case, the fact that there's only 2 items of performance criteria, one of which is the front fence height and the transparency of the front fence, and the second is about protrusions outside the building envelope, which is almost inevitable in such a steep block. We should now pass this motion, and I look forward to hearing my fellow councillors will support or otherwise that motion.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton is the second of the motion.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much, Councillor Harris, as well. I think he's summed up the proposal very well. Ultimately, we do sit here as a planning authority, and as he stated, there are 2 items that we can essentially choose to accept this DA or reject it. And unfortunately, the strength of those 2 points I don't think are great enough for us to reject it today. With that said, I'd like to thank Jenny, Stephen, Jake, Emma and Margie for coming to speak today, and also just outline that although pending the decision, I do stand to support the recommendation today. That doesn't mean we don't sympathise with the issues you've raised and the fact that obviously you are going to have your amenity in your property affected by this development. The planning scheme doesn't exist to assess for no loss of amenity. It is there to assess for how much loss or how much it is going to change. Obviously, it's very easy for people to sit around this table and say things like that. We are not the ones who are sitting next to the development, and I do appreciate that. However, as we do sit, again, as a planning commission, I don't see, unfortunately, on those grounds, I don't see we can say no to it today. Therefore, with my sympathies, I do rise to support the motion, is what I'm trying to say. Sorry, I lost myself there. But yes, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you. Bye.
Anybody else? Councillor Pentridge.
Although I respect both my colleagues and I hear what they're saying, I personally think they've all lost the plot. I'm not quite sure. My understanding was that we as councillors were here to represent this community.
In this case, we're actually representing the Land Use Planning Authority, which we're acting as a planning authority.
Well, I won't, in keeping with your comments to start off with today, I won't bore you with my opinion about the planning authority. We won't go there. I won't be supporting it. We've got 7. I have made numerous trips around that area. It's one of the best kept areas in Launceston, other than 1 or 2 houses. I think this shows total lack of respect the owners of all the houses and the people that are going to be affected by this. I'm not against the new development, and I understand new development brings change. But really, what about the people that are going to be affected by it? I realise in these situations we can't please everyone, but I think our responsibility should firstly be to the residents of that area. And if the people that, obviously the people who are building it, and good on them, they have the right. I sort of can't wonder, being the former owner of Fairlawn, or current owner, whichever way you want to put it, I wonder what the uproar would be if I'd pulled that down and got some well-organised architects.
Point of order.
To justify it.
The relevance.
Yep, relevance. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Britton.
I won't be supporting it, and I'm disappointed that we're not. Look, I'm sick of repeating old cliches. Obviously, in this case, if my colleagues choose to support it, it'll be another case of the operation has been a success, but the patient died. And I would like to think that my colleagues, or the majority of us, have some sympathy for the people of that area. And if the people that own the house want to build this particular house, maybe build it in a more appropriate area. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge, but we are operating under the Land Use Planning Authority and we have rules and regulations which we need to deal with. So thank you.
As you know, Deputy Mayor, my love of rules and regulations
is not great.
Is one of my great points.
Understand. Any other speakers?
I have a question.
Councillor Kai has a question.
Or two. I was just wondering, is it true that, as one of the representatives speakers have said today, that Richard told them to turn up at 1 o'clock today?
We identified this morning that we'd sent a slightly mixed message. So some correspondents had the new date, but we didn't realise that one of our form letters had the old date on it. So we rang as many people as we could this morning when we found that out. And I think we rang the majority of people this morning to clear up any confusion and apologise for that. It was a form letter that hadn't had the date updated, which we became aware of this morning. So we did our best to ring everybody this morning, which we think we did.
Just got one more, and that is that I read that only 2 neighbours were contacted when this DA came on. Is there a reason why the other surrounding neighbours were not contacted or notified?
So all surrounding neighbours or joining neighbours would have been notified when the application was publicly exhibited, and then following that, all people who had made a representation were contacted. Either they were spoken to or a message was left for them as well. So most of them should have been aware of the application through our standard processes.
Right. So what I read is not true. That only 2 were contacted then. Yeah.
Contacted at what point, Councillor Kai? We would write to everybody in accordance with the Act when the planning application is advertised. So everyone would have a letter. We don't ring individual neighbours, but we send them a letter at the point it's advertised, and that is every adjoining neighbour. Once representations were received, we then contacted those people directly after receiving their representations. So I'm not quite entirely sure what you mean when you say only 2 were represented, but we did multiple stages. We contacted people in the area.
So I can't. Any further questions, Councillor Kai? Councillor Britton, I think you had a question.
I did, and I might ask 2 very quickly if I can. Just in respects to one of the earlier representatives, I understand this is not a planning issue, but perhaps
the people in this room might be able to help the members of the community. There is a disability access issue with the laneway. Where is the best place for them to go to get the information to make sure they can maintain that access? The best department anywhere.
Yeah, the laneway isn't a council asset, so it's not something that we own, manage or control. So I think the council's ability to manage a process on the laneway is limited, but I think if you could encourage someone to contact us, we can certainly have a look at the details and try and advise them as best we can. Perhaps either by contacting me directly or by sending it through customer service.
Thank you. I've just, hopefully there's someone that can find. And just maybe to round out Councillor Kai's question, are we certain that the correct procedures were followed regarding notifying all affected parties?
We're certain we complied with the legislation, yes.
Any other speakers? Councillor Walker. I was wondering when I was going to hear from you.
Wonder no more I'm here. Thank you, Acting Chair. And I can't say that I'm pro-development. I'm not anti-development either. It's not the point in this case. We've seen time and time again development applications coming before this room that put councillors in a very difficult position. As you rightly say, we represent the land use planning legislation as we sit as a planning authority, but nonetheless, we are councillors who represent our community. The planning legislation wasn't handed by Moses to the people of the desert. It's something that can change, and something in this case should change. We have very tenuous reasons that we could vote against this today. One of them is that that loss of amenity, and that is something that has to be interpreted by the people around this room, by this table, the people in this room, and the people who are involved in planning decisions. It is, if it was your property or my property and this was being proposed next door, you would no doubt say your amenity is adversely affected. It's as simple as that. So I'd ask every councillor to consider that. It's a legitimate part of the planning scheme, the loss of amenity, and to consider yourself being the one next door to this building, beautiful as it is designed, to have it exceeding the standards and therefore relying on performance criteria might not be so bad if it did not speak towards amenity and the loss of that amenity. So I was hoping that an alternate motion was going to be put to this room today to seek and to test the planning scheme and that word amenity when it comes to, as I say, an otherwise beautifully designed building in a location that is going to adversely affect people who have chosen to live in that place for a long time and would like to live there for a long time in the future. And I'm sure anyone else in that situation would be adversely affected. Their amenity is adversely affected. That's what it all comes down to. We can talk about 25% of the building being outside the building envelope and justify that. It's a skillion roof. It's not a hipped roof. Therefore, the building envelopes were designed when most houses did have a hipped roof. Therefore, it is outside that. But that is the nature of that particular general residential zone. And I know that the characteristics of that zone are not particularly protected by the general residential zone. Its only protection really is to maintain the general character of the neighbourhood and to protect it for residential purposes. So really we can only look towards that one word amenity in the planning scheme. And if we have to, as a group, keep sending a message to our state counterparts in the Planning Commission that we are not happy with that interpretation of that word and we would like to see people's amenity protected, and if this is the only way to do it, then I would encourage my fellow councillors to do that and I propose an alternate motion that this be refused on the grounds that that amenity is being adversely affected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Any other speakers? Seemingly not. Back to you, Councillor Harris, to close.
Yes. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you to my speakers, and as I said, to those who have spoken here because they are residents of Newstead and their amenity will be impacted, and I do have sympathy with you on that. However, as you have reminded us, Deputy Mayor, we are sitting here to apply the rules of the planning scheme rather than perhaps as we might in regard to our role as a councillor have a different view personally. And it really comes down to what is reasonable. Now, reasonable is an interesting word, as is amenity. Nothing defines it. As soon as you try to define it, you then find there's a line drawn, and that line will vary from each of us. So as such, is their amenity going to be impacted? Of course, but would be impacted. Their amenity would be impacted by a house that didn't protrude through the building envelope, or if they had a fence that was a picket fence and therefore didn't require a performance criteria on that as well. However, that is the choice of the building owner of how they wish to build their house there. And over time, as many others in their suburb have now become integrated into it, we will find that the amenity becomes less of an issue with time. Trees will grow, people will get used to it, and as I often say, I live in the middle of 3 two-storey houses, and I have a swimming pool, my neighbours do not. Both of my neighbours can look at me in the swimming pool. That affects my amenity. However, it was like that when I bought it. So therefore, do I complain that they can? No. Do I think about it? Never. And so the reality is, yes, when it changes, you will immediately notice it. However, in time, I feel that the residents who are surrounded, who will see the change, will in fact become more used to it and even hope to enjoy their neighbour, because I think having the house that is there at the moment, unloved as it is not a very good neighbour. So I look round the table for the support of my fellow councillors to support this motion today and allow them to proceed. Thank you.
Okay, I'll now therefore put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against? 3 against. Got those? Yeah. Motion is carried. Thank you all for your debate and conversation. We now no longer sit as a planning authority. We do have announcements by the Mayor, but I might move for a moment to move and see whether the room would entertain moving item 17.3, the 12-month agreement with Visit Northern Tasmania, as we have a couple of directors here who have other things they need to do. Thank you. So is the will of the room that we bring 17.3 forward now? We might put a vote in favour. All those in favour? Against? I think that's all councillors present. So we'll now move to item 17.3. So I'll now need to find. I didn't tell me that I needed to. Sorry, apparently I do need a seconder, a mover and a seconder. So a mover, Councillor Palmer, seconder, Councillor Harris. All those in favour again, so my apologies for that. That's all councillors present. We'll now move to 17.3 if I can find it. Give me a moment to flick through. Yeah. So we've got 2 speakers, I think, to speak. Neil Mason.
Deputy Mayor, councillors, thank you. My name is Neil Mason. I live up in Lilydale. I am the hotel GM at Hotel Verge, Launceston, as a hotelier, and I am the treasurer of Visit North Tas. I represent that organisation in this meeting. Visit Northern Tasmania has partnered with City of Launceston since 2013, and we would like to see this continue for many years to come, certainly beyond the 1 year that is proposed today. As the regional tourism organisation, the RTO, we work hard with small, agile team to grow the visitor economy. We are not a marketing agency. We do much more than that. Our work is grouped into 5 themes: regional industry leadership, industry development, product development. We support destination marketing and projects. VNT is a conduit for operators, stakeholders, and industry to many tourism agencies, to tourism agencies and bodies, especially state government. For the past 5 quarters, visitation to Northern Tasmania has grown quarter on quarter. None of us are singly responsible for this, but by working together, capitalising on each other's strengths and optimising resources, we are all helping to grow the visitor economy. We are stronger together, which is why we need to continue partnering. A cut to Council's funding of VNT would have serious implications to VNT operations. These would include cuts to VNT staffing and therefore loss of specialised skills, reduction to industry support, a loss of advocacy, and a seat at the table for City of Launceston. Resourcing would be compromised. We currently have 5 to 6 resources working to grow the visitor economy. And loss of agility. As an incorporated not-for-profit organisation, we are able to respond, act, and implement faster than government. Within the Launceston municipality are approximately 1,000 tourism and hospitality businesses. VNT's strength is working with these operators to ensure they are skilled, equipped, and ready to provide the best visitor experience possible. A reduction in the City of Launceston's funding to Visit North Tas would have serious consequences to the Launceston visitor economy. I encourage you to not only approve today's recommendation to fund VNT for next year, but to enter a funding agreement for the standard 3 years, as has been previous funding agreements through to 27-28. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil. Sam Reid.
Good morning, councillors, Deputy Mayor, CEO. I am Sam Reid from Newstead in Launceston, on the board of Visit Northern Tasmania and from Duquesne Brewing. So a tourism operator, I guess you would say, hospitality and tourism operator in Launceston. Thank you, Neil, for outlining, I guess, the role VNT plays in the visitor economy. And I thought it might just be helpful to really clarify for councillors here today the difference between Visit Northern Tasmania, the RTOs, the 4 of them that exist in Tasmania, and Tourism Tasmania. Tourism Tasmania is a marketing body. They are essentially a marketing agency. Their whole role is to invest money in attracting people to want to come to Tasmania. Visit Northern Tasmania and the 4 RTOs are supply side, so Tourism Tas is focusing on demand, creating demand. The RTO is focusing on creating supply, so things people can actually do when they come here. There's no point coming down and engaging in a brand if there is no bones to the brand. Neil alluded to the 1,000 tourism operators, hospitality and tourism operators in Launceston municipality, and that is where a lot of tourism VNT's time is spent, working with existing operators, bringing them up to world-class, showing industry leadership, but also bringing new operators up, educating them, letting them know what is required. And there's a lot of work involved in that. So industry leadership, industry development, key roles that VNT play. Of course, everyone sees the fun stuff. The few partnership marketing opportunities come up, the fun and visible stuff, but that is certainly a very small part of the role Visit Northern Tas plays. In addition, Visit Northern Tas plays a role in projects working directly with councils, and I'd like to reference, of course, the largest project we've seen for the visitor economy in the future we hope to see come to fruition, which is the VNT-led conference centre and business centre that's been developed and proposed and led on behalf of state growth by VNT. So I think we can all see that will obviously impact 3 municipalities, but particularly Launceston will have a great benefit from that. So I think that's a key role that VNT plays, being able to provide that valuable project support. And finally, I guess I'd just ask you to consider Launceston as an island. No Derby, no Barnbougle, no Tamar Valley. Is that the kind of place you want to visit? No, I think the point is people visit the region. In the past few years since I've been on the board, we've really worked hard to make Launceston more as a hub to explore this amazing region we're part of, rather than a gateway to jump off and leave. I think that's coming to fruition. I think we're starting to tell a coherent story for the north. The visitor numbers Neil referenced showcase that, and I'm looking forward to a continued successful future working together with the 7 councils and other stakeholders to grow the north. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. Okay, thank you. No other speakers? Okay, the officers might come forward if they wish. The recommendation is a decision statement to consider entering into a final 12-month agreement with regional tourism organisation Visit Northern Tas for delivery of initiatives and support to visitation to Launceston. The recommendation is that Council approves a final 12-month funding agreement to the value of $172,296, excluding GST, with Tourism Northern Tasmania, including Inc. trading as Visit Northern Tasmania for the period 1 July 2025 to 30 June 2026, of which 6 months of it's now up, as defined transition agreement. Anyone like to move that motion?
I'll move an alternate motion, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson.
My motion is that Council approves the 3-year funding agreement to Visit Northern Tasmania with a funding contribution of $172,296, excluding GST, for the coming year.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Harris. That now becomes a substantive motion, I think, and therefore we'll debate it. Councillor Gibson, would you like to speak to it?
Thanks so much, and thanks for the opportunity to hear from members not only of the board but also of the extended sector. And I also thank the manager for the notes that were provided ahead of this meeting following the presentations that occurred. Look, to me, very clearly, regional collaboration is one of the strongest things that separates Northern Tasmania from other parts of the country. And in terms of tourism and our ability to work collaboratively as part of a sector, as part of a region, there is no stronger opportunity than us working in the tourism visitor economy space. It is true that in years gone by, there were many tourism authorities, many players in the visitor economy space. What the government said was that we want to continue to identify specific parts of the state that are unique, that share difference, but what we want to do is we want to be able to fund that through a collaborative way. And so the new system of them providing funding to particular regions was evolved and has worked particularly well. I want to be really clear that the comments that I'm making are in no way seen to be intimidating, they're in no way seen to be bullying, they're in no way seen to be anything other than the truth. It seems to me that at the moment we have an approach that is to throw out all regional collaboration and all approaches of working together with our neighbouring councils. I'm not sure where that's come from, but what I know is that relationships are only as strong as what you put into them in order to gain deliverables and accountability on the outward side. What we need to be doing as a part of a regional collaboration is working really hard through our own frameworks, through our own budget and through our own presence and size to capitalise on the things that we can, through our own event framework, through our own visitor economy nighttime activation framework, through our own funding mechanisms that support our tourism strategy, through our own commitment to the wonderful award-winning Visitor Information Centre, which is now relocated to the Town Hall, through our contributions and commitment and newfound funding to events. All of those things play an important role in the space that is tourism and visitor economy in Northern Tasmania. But we still need to be at the table and leading from the front in terms of collaboration. It is true that the City of Gastronomy sits at the moment with no relevant staff member at the City of Launceston for whatever reason. Those things are going to change, and the City of Gastronomy activation can be fully realised, but it can be fully realised through a collaborative approach, through an approach where the region is doing the work, and we, through our own budgets, through our own capacity, through our own staffing, through our own great team, are able to further activate, support and advance the regional approach. It shouldn't be about what Launceston just derives from the facts and figures at the end of the financial year with regards to Visit Northern Tasmania. It should be about the region. And I'm strongly of the view that regional collaboration in the tourism space, in the visitor economy space, in the Northern Tasmania development space, in the business event space, in the environmental space are things that we as leaders need to be putting up our hand and supporting. If the personalities are incorrect, if the ways of working are incorrect, if there are problems in the delivery, then we need to focus in on that. And we need to speak to the boards and we need to make those things better. But throwing out a regional collaboration, throwing out an approach that the government supports and advances is not the way, is not the answer. I also note that our own tourism plan and our own events plan took us 3 to 5 years to get done. For 3 to 5 years, we didn't actually have an events plan or a tourism plan. So I'm not sure that doing it all the work solo at the end of this final year is something that we can actually achieve. I want to see us regather our thoughts, regather our approach and work collaboratively as part of the region and support the 3-year funding agreement as proposed by Visit Northern Tasmania. And I tell you what, the other councils are watching us today. They are looking at us clearly and they are wondering what the hell is going on. And I hope that colleagues around the table will see this as an opportunity to throw our support behind good governance, behind collaborative regional outcomes and around things that are achievable and are for the benefit of Launceston and the greater good.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Councillor Harris?
I might just reserve my right to speak if I can, let the other councillors have a chance to speak first.
Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Britton? Question? Sorry, question? Sure.
Thank you. Do we have any representation on the board of VNT?
No, there's no position for council on that board.
Any other contributions? Councillor Kai, question?
Is it possible to have someone on the board from council?
That would be a question for VNT.
Councillor Walker?
To speak. Thank you, Chair. Look, I am standing to support Councillor Gibson's alternate motion, amended motion. As difficult as it is, I suppose, because I can see that there are different pathways forward for our region, but the collaborative one is most important. I think we need time and opportunity to develop our own strategy, which has come to fruition over the last few years as a council. But I do think there is a strong place for the regional approach. And it's not to say one is right and one is wrong. It is, and it's not to say that there's not more work that can be and should be done. We are a substantial contributor to Visit Northern Tasmania, VNT. It has a different model to Destination Southern Tasmania, if that's what it's called, South. They have a more of a member organisation, member mothership model for their organisation, not so much heavy council contributions. But then on the other side, they have 2 general managers or CEOs from Southern councils on their board. So there's sort of swings and roundabouts on both sides, I suppose you might say. I think we have to enter a collaborative and dynamic and frank and fearless time with Visit Northern Tasmania and Launceston Council being the primary contributor to the bottom line, and find out what it is that we can do best and what it is that Visit Northern Tasmania does best. and work from that beginning, I suppose. 3 years is a long time to achieve that. I would hope that we can achieve that in the next 12 months. And I suppose before the alternate motion came forward, that is what I was going to propose, that the 12 months be used for that purpose, with a view to potential future funding. The last thing an organisation like BNT needs is uncertainty around their funding model, because it means they cannot plan like any organisation needs to plan for their future, whether it's their workforce or their activities and their relationships. So, barring any other alternate motion, I will be supporting Councillor Gibson's motion, and I, as I say, firmly believe that we need that robust discussion now, not business as usual, with surrounding councils, with BNT, and with other organisations too. We need to get it right. We all want the same thing, and that is the future of Northern Tasmania, the adventure capital of Tasmania, the alternate capital of Tasmania, and our beloved region takes its place that it rightly deserves as far as promotion goes for Tasmania nationally and internationally. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Question from Councillor Britton. Speaking, sorry.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, outside of the council room, rightly or wrongly saying this here, I obviously benefit a lot from tourism myself, and I'd hate to see any change in that regard. But I think what's been identified by our officers is a disconnect between our plan, our strategy, and how Visit Northern Tasmania, or perhaps their strategy and way forward, or probably not using, as usual, the best words. However, I would like to see collaboration. I totally agree with everything Councillor Gibson has said, but I do believe that, you know, as an organisation, we have a new a way forward and a brand and ideas that we wish to peddle for Launceston, and we need to find a way to make that work with VNT effectively. If we can't, $172,000 a year is not the best use of our money in this space. However, as I said, I don't want to do anything to upset the apple cart in terms of tourism and the growing of the region. I personally would like to see that 3 years come down to 18 months, and perhaps I will actually try that now if we can approve an 18-month funding agreement, which would take us to the end of the 2027 financial year, with the hope, I don't know if anyone has any better words, with the hope that we can potentially gain some sort of representation on the board of VNT in that time, or at least do some work with VNT to at least get our point and our strategy and our ideas across to them, to work far more collaboratively than it would appear we currently are. So
am I taking that you're moving an amended motion to make that 18 months rather than 3 years? Is that 18 months?
18 months from now.
Yeah, so 2 years.
Let's go 2 years, yes.
Okay, is there a seconder for that motion?
I'll try this too, and approves a 2-year funding agreement, and somehow explores the possibility of getting a representative from the Launceston City Council on the board of VNT, if that is possible.
So that's something that we can add to the motion? Just wait for a moment, we might get our wordsmiths to put something together. Is there anybody who's happy to second that? Councillor Priest? Sorry, unfortunately you can't speak on it, Sam. Get the information on what they want to put. So is 2027 the right date? Yeah. Yep, that's right. Yep. Okay, Councillor Britton, are you happy with the way that the amended motion has been put?
I am, yes.
Yep. And Councillor Priest, you're happy with to still second that? Okay, so that now is an amended motion which we now discuss. Do you wish to speak any more on it as the mover of that motion?
No, I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Councillor Priest is the seconder.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would just like to say thank you to Councillor Britton in moving this amended motion. I appreciate Councillor Gibson's motion, but at the same time I rise to recognise the hard work and vigour that our officers have at the moment in this space. I'm extremely proud to say that they have an outstanding vision and the worth that's of our council and our place name, our Lonnie brand. I'm very excited that there would be an opportunity for people in this space to sit at the table. Having recently attended an event and seen the wonderful prizes given out to outstanding projects throughout our region, this makes me feel really pleased and I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Priest. Anybody else wish to speak to it? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you. This is always what I expected for you.
You're usually the brave one, Councillor Walker. Puts these things forward.
Don't need any commentary. Thank you, Chair. And I was interested to see how this would play out. I think everyone involved probably has some trepidation that we can't quite strike the right balance. This is a step towards that, whether it is representation on the board or whether it is other collaborative processes. Who's to know? That I think we have to have the opportunity, and VNT has to have the opportunity. To have that open and point discussion, as I was talking about, we find the best way forward. 2 years should be enough time for that to occur,
which is effectively 18 months now, based on that from now.
Okay, to the end of next calendar year. We're talking about now, are we? Financial. Okay, yeah. Regardless, it does give that opportunity. I'm sorry in some ways that this gets to be played out in public, and that was my expression for the past week, really, that I don't think that this necessarily had to be. But if that's the message that has to be sent, that the promotion and the marketing and the recognition of our identity as Northern Tasmanians is something that is currently shifting, and that we are looking towards reaffirming our commitment towards that, but also developing that in different ways, then so be it. So be the message. I'm not so crazy about the second point, the representative being the specific ask, but nonetheless, that could be a good pathway forward. There may be other pathways forward too, and I would encourage that robust discussion on both sides.
It is only an exploration, so it doesn't need to happen.
Explores the opportunity. And other opportunities, I would put. But nonetheless, there it is. Thank you. I'll support the amended motion.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Any other speakers to the motion? Councillor Harris?
So I won't speak. This is not...
No, you're speaking to the amended motion.
Okay, well, I'll speak against the amended motion on a couple of grounds. One is, as Sam Reid has said, VNT works on the supply side of tourism, things people can do when visiting, and so they're working with new and existing operators. Something that takes time, and time to develop that. I think the problem we have is that Tourism Tasmania sees its marketing role is the demand side. Perhaps Launceston Council staff also see their role as the marketing role, but they don't see themselves in the demand on the supply side of what VNT see them. So I think what is paramount for VNT is funding certainty. And whilst 2 years, 18 months from today, is probably not the end of the world from their point of view, it does give them some certainty. Preference from my point of view would be for 3 years, because 3 years gives them greater funding certainty. It also sends a message to the other councils who, as others have said, are looking to see what we are doing here today, to make sure that they realise that we are willing to be a collaborator within our region with other councils and not the gorilla who simply takes all that it wants. So I won't be supporting the amended motion. However, I will be speaking again to perhaps support the original motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Any other speakers? Councillor Marsden.
Thank you, Chair. I think the important thing to mention within this is the removal of final funding. So I think a 2-year funding agreement without the word final means that that is funding that could be negotiated into the future, and I see that as positive.
Thanks, Councillor Marsden. Any other contributions? No. Councillor Palmer, sorry.
Thank you very much, Deputy. I think the message is really, really clear, and I think we saw that at the workshop last week or 2 weeks ago. In the last 2 weeks, we had the chair of the board, VNT, speak very passionately about what VNT does across Tasmania. I think the message for me to VNT has been really clear. I think they've heard us loud and clear, evident today that we've got the Treasurer here and we've got a board member here, we've had the chair at a workshop, that we want more for our municipality. We want more for Launceston and our communities. I think they've heard that loud and clear. I think by doing this amended motion that we're currently looking at from Councillor Britton, whilst I appreciate it, I think it does murky the waters. We either go one way or the other. And I agree with Councillor Gibson. I think that they need certainty. I think Councillor Harris mentioned that in the funding going forward. I've got to be honest, I was very concerned at what we were receiving from V&T, but I think they've heard us loud and clear that we want certainty going forward as well as you want certainty going forward. I think we've got a great team here at Council that do an amazing job, and they're really focused on us, so they should be. But we do want to work well with the rest of the communities across Tasmania. We want certainty, so I won't be supporting Councillor Britton's amended motion, but when it comes time to vote, I'll be voting against that, but I do support the 3. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Any other contributions? Councillor Britton, would you like to summarise?
Thank you. Look, what people want is what they will vote for. But as I said, I do say at the moment, I don't think, happily say, no one's doing anything wrong. But it would appear that our current strategy and our way forward does not align with V&T. And you know, when we talk about V&T have heard us loud and clear and things like that, I don't want anyone leaving here thinking anyone's being threatened today. You know, and perhaps that's the only way it can be taken, but that is not what this motion means. I guess the reasoning behind my motion is this will give us 18 months to try and align those, potentially get us a representative on the board, which I think can only help align it and strengthen it. And if indeed that doesn't eventuate and they don't align and we aren't happy, which we've identified we may not be happy with some of the services now, we're not locked into another 12 months of $172,000. I can 100% understand why people may be leaning towards the 3 years, and look, I will vote in favour of this motion, and I won't be bitterly disappointed if we do sign up to 3 regardless, and I do hope that the outcome of this has been outlined, that we do get some sort of alignment and it all rolls forward swimmingly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. We'll now put in alternative motion. All those in favour? That's 3. Okay, that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 3 against. Motion carried. Now becomes the motion. Do we need to vote on it again? Yeah. It now becomes the motion. We now need to vote on that again. So all of those in favour? All right. Sorry, my apologies. Those that haven't spoken, would they like to speak? Councillor Harris, you were the seconder.
Yes, I was. Yes. Disappointingly, to only give 2 years, because I do think funding certainty is paramount. However, we don't have the word final in there, which means this is a 2-year extension, and perhaps that will enable the necessary conversations to happen between council and its representatives and VNT to make sure that we are lining up and working better as a team, because we do need to work better as a team to get the outcome. The City of Gastronomy, whilst that is bestowed on Launceston, is in fact on the Tamar Valley and northern Tasmania. It isn't just the City of Launceston, and as such we need an organisation like VNT to help us carry out what the City of Gastronomy designation can mean for us, and not only for us but for the whole region. So there isn't much more I can say other than whether I will support the motion as it is now for the next 2 years without having the word final in there, which is something to be celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson is the move of the original motion. Is there any other speaker? Sorry, before we do that. As the mover of the original motion, would you like to finish?
Look, just to say, obviously, the government strategy, the 2030 Tourism Visitor Economy Strategy, was really clear in its approach and the way that it expected regions to work collaboratively to achieve the outcomes, and the funding was linked to that. I believe there is some work to do around our ability to work cohesively and collaboratively with the organisation. I think 2 years is certainly better than 1. I'm disappointed also that it's not 3, but, you win some, you lose some. What I would say is that it's not about us and them. Yes, we've got a budget. Yes, we've got resources. Yes, we've got capability. And very recently, we've got a strategy. But when this one was developed for the region, it was out of date. So in 2023, when it had expired, and we were asking for it to be updated, and we went to consultant 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, we didn't have one. So in the absence of that, the region went ahead and did what the region needed to do with our collaborative input and developed a regional-wide approach, a refresher, as it needed to do. And since then, you're right, we have launched a wonderful strategy. But, it came after the fact. So I'm all in support of exploring ways for our strategy to be further aligned. I'm not sure that, and if I was the board, I'd come back and say, look, we can't have one local government area represented on the board. What about the other 6? And if I was the chair of the board, I'd come back and say, you've already got a significant number of tourism players who are advocating for Launceston as part of that board anyway. So perhaps that's what they'll say, or they'll say, no, come and join us and work collaboratively with us. That's what it's about. It's about working together. If it's about personalities, that needs to be fixed. And I'm sure there are mechanisms, as has been the way in the past, when there have been human resource issues and challenges around the operators of both parts of those organisations. So I would encourage us to work collaboratively for the 2 years to achieve the best bang for buck and the best outcome for the numbers of tourists that we can get to our region.
Thanks, Councillor Gibson. Now I think I've got it procedurally correct. We can all vote on that. All those in favour? Against? Councillor Harris against, the rest in favour. Motion carried. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Neil and Sam for coming along and speaking this morning. I appreciate that. Right, I just noticed Joe Fearman in the background there, who's been waiting patiently there, and I can just see the Mayor coming in the door. So I'm just going to test the water. If somebody'd like to move a motion that we bring the matter at 19.2 forward. Councillor Palmer, second to Councillor Britton. All those in favour? That's all councillors present. I might hand back to... No, I won't hand back to the Mayor just yet. So now I've got to find 19.2. Page 112, thank you. Now, Joe, you're not down to speak. Are you wishing to speak? Yep. So would you like to come to the microphone and speak? Thank you. Yep. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Acting Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Jo Thierman, CEO at City Mission. And as you see in the agenda, City Mission is seeking your support to waive the planning permit fees for the Launceston Community Precinct, 103 to 109 Wellington Street. I would like to suggest to you that this project, and this is not a standard development application, but a transformative project for our city and its people. The precinct represents a $30 million investment in community wellbeing, delivering 48 units of social and affordable housing, integrated with health, emergency relief and community services, all within a trauma-informed, heritage-sensitive design. It will be a safe and inclusive space for those experiencing housing insecurity and at risk of homelessness, and a hub for collaboration among service providers. We know the need is significant for social and affordable housing. There are over 5,000 people on the housing wait list across Tasmania. And last year we had 2,500 people come to us at City Mission seeking support for food and financial relief. 500 of those told us that they were experiencing homelessness. The project aligns directly with Council's strategic priorities. The City Heart project, revitalising the CBD through heritage-sensitive medium-density development, the Launceston City Deal enabling place-based solutions and improved community infrastructure, and of course the very new housing plan addressing critical housing shortages through infill development. Beyond the social impact, the precinct will generate economic activity and strengthen partnerships across the community sector. It's recognised as a priority project by the Northern Tasmania Development Corporation, and we've secured state and federal funding. The planning fee of $39,000 represents less than 0.5% of the total project cost, yet it represents a significant benefit for Launceston. For a not-for-profit organisation like City Mission, every dollar counts. Right now, many in our community are seeking our support to put food on the table and give gifts to their children at Christmas time. Waiving this fee would see those funds better allocated to community support and demonstrate Council's commitment to the community, in particular tackling housing stress and supporting vulnerable residents. It would send a clear message that Launceston values collaboration and innovation in addressing complex social challenges. Importantly, this isn't a commercial venture, it's a community-led initiative delivering measurable public benefit. We know that Council has previously shown flexibility for projects with significant social outcomes, and so this request aligns strongly with that sentiment. While we see the recommendation is to refuse the request, we understand that's on the basis that there isn't a policy and that Council does have discretion, and so we would invite councillors to consider the long-term benefits: reduced housing insecurity, improved health outcomes, stronger community resilience and a revitalised City Heart. Waiving the fee is a modest but powerful contribution to a project that will change lives and strengthen Launceston for decades to come. Thank you for your consideration and for your ongoing leadership in building a city that cares for people.
Thanks, Jo. Now, the recommendation we've got is that Council notes that there is no organisational policy existing. Currently, it enables an officer to recommend a waiver of fees to support the development of social and affordable housing in the municipality, and 2, refuses the request for a fee dispensation to waive and refund the planning application fees in the amount of $39,368 for DA 0509/2025, 103 to 109 Wellington Street, Launceston. Construction of a 6-storey building for social and affordable housing and associated uses in other tenancy. Just want to point out, just in our economic and environmental social impact part, we've accidentally put Launceston Private Hospital there, which should be City Mission, so just an amendment to the item. I also do note there are a couple of alternative motions that have been put forward in the discussion from officers, so I'm looking forward to either somebody moving the original motion or an alternate motion. Councillor Harris?
You move the original motion.
Original motion, okay. Any seconder to that? Councillor Britton? Okay. Councillor Harris?
Thank you, and thank you to Joe for coming along today to speak to us about this important community development. It's something that's been long talked about for the whole time that I think I've been on council. I think this has been in the wind, shall we say, seeking funding, as she said, from both state and federal government, as well as from the community itself. And this is our opportunity to provide a small concession when we don't have policy that allows us to do this as a matter of course. However, it does allow us to consider each application that comes before us on its merits, and I can think of few better examples of a...
So, Councillor Harris, are you speaking for the
original?
The original motion,
Well,
which was to refuse.
Sorry?
The original is
The original motion is to refuse.
Ah, sorry. Oh, that's interesting. I had...
You've moved to refuse.
You've moved to refuse it.
Oh, well, dear me, I got sucked into that, didn't I? Yes, I refused.
no,
Yes, see, I had read the refusal, so...
So you're standing up to speak against your own motion, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's
I wouldn't
okay.
be the first one to do that, but that's okay.
Deputy Mayor, could I move that we move the alternate motion, the first one?
So we're having an amended motion to the motion, I think that's what we're doing, yep, an alternate
I'd
motion.
like to move that.
Yep, okay.
The councillor approves the
Sorry,
request.
Councillor Harris, are you happy to retract your original motion?
Yes.
Are you happy to retract on that, Councillor Britton? So we might make an amended motion.
Thank you.
The motion, sorry.
The alternate
An
motion that is listed.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So we're now
Option
moving.
one.
The council approves the request for a fee dispensation and waives and refunds the planning application fees in the amount of $39,368 for the DA at 103 to 109 Wellington Street, construction of a 6-storey building for social and affordable housing and associated uses in other tenancies. So I'm happy to move that.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor Walker. I'll just get away from you, Councillor Britton. So, Councillor Palmer.
Without repeating everything that Jo has said, I agree wholeheartedly with everything she said, and it is listed there in our agenda. It's there for everyone to read, but the incredible work that City Mission do right across our municipality and, of course, right across Tasmania is very evident. It aligns with our strategic priorities, City Heart Project, Launceston Cityville Housing Plan, and I think that it'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that doesn't agree wholeheartedly in the incredible work that City Mission do with people facing homelessness, people that are living on our streets, and families, men, women, children. They do incredible work for so many, and I think that this is definitely something that we should be supporting in the alternate motion to waive the fee. So I look forward to the support from the table. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, happy to stand as seconder of the alternate motion. It is true that council probably does need a policy in this area because these requests do come along for many and varied projects, not just projects in the public service sphere. And so that policy might include, because at the moment, I suppose an unwritten policy is that our council officers generally will not move to recommend the waiving of the fees because that would be seen as potentially setting a precedent that we might not wish to follow on a case-by-case example. But nonetheless, a policy that would include perhaps deferring that amount to a relevant department. So in other words, it becomes, rather than planning fees constantly being the one that are not being received by council and therefore distorting, I suppose, that part of the budget, that perhaps that policy could include remittance of those fees from an appropriate department, so that in this case it might be from a community services budget because it's a contribution towards affordable housing. And indeed, there is contribution from the state government. There's probably some contribution from the federal government, and I know that there will be future projects that will have significant funding from the federal government, so it only stands to reason that this council should make contributions as well towards social and affordable housing. Indeed, I did pass a notice of motion at this council a few years ago now that asked that council look to for substantial ways to contribute towards affordable housing and housing solutions. So I think that's something that everyone around this table would agree with. It so happens that this example came along, and I do look forward to seeing the project come to fruition. And while not expressing an opinion about the merits of a potential planning...
And you don't need to.
Sorry?
And you don't need to express an opinion.
Yes, about a potential development approval. I'm happy to support this particular waiving of fees in regards to providing affordable and social housing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Gibson?
Thanks. I am going to support, but just wonder, my understanding was that the additional text was for point 2, because I think point 1 is still really important, that there's no policy and that officers have done what we would expect of officers, and that is to recommend refusal based on there being no policy, and then that the council has opted in point 2 to approve the request. So I guess my question is, was it intended that point 1, as originally recommended by officers, would remain included in the motion? It was not.
No, it wasn't, but happy for it to be included, Councillor Gibson.
I just think that would be appropriate, because the expectation from me would be that it would come recommended for refusal in the absence of a policy, and I just think that that's important. So I don't know, Chair, how you'd like to deal with that.
So would the original mover of the motion be happy with point 1 being reinserted in the beginning of it, which says we don't have a policy?
Yes.
Okay. Would the seconder be happy with that? Thank you. So we might just amend that to put point 1, which has already magically appeared. So that now is the motion. So thank you for that,
Yeah,
Councillor.
thanks. And I also obviously show my support. We have a strategy which clearly outlines our intent with regard to additional housing supply. We're doing a whole lot of work in the lower socioeconomic parts of our community. We have a homelessness strategy, and irrespective of the service provider, I believe the addition of these additional housing stock is a really great thing for Launceston, and I think it's a tangible way for us to show our support towards that.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pentridge.
Once again, I'm a little bit lost for words. There's no doubt that this organisation does a great job, and they are going to continue doing that with a lot of support from various people, state government, federal government, community. But if we continue giving away ratepayers' money, right, they better start building a much bigger building, because we're not achieving anything. We have a responsibility to the ratepayers of this community. And although I would love to buy a printing press and make a lot more money, we can fix everything. But I support the council's or the staff's original concept. I think the project will go ahead, and if there's any other ways we can support it, I'd be very supportive of that. But to continue handing community money out to every organisation that's trying to do something, I don't think it's the answer. Because all we're doing is creating more problems, and we're putting more hardship on our community. So, what it's worth, best of luck. But I support the original concept from staff, and I don't think we should be doing it.
Thank you, Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Harris, now that you've got the motion sorted.
Indeed, and I thank those who corrected me, but I also think not having a policy is probably the best position for us to be in, because then we can assess the merits of each policy and each decision that comes before us. Whereas if we have a policy, then there is perhaps an expectation that if someone were to meet some guidelines that would then have to write down, then they would be able to gain an exemption from our planning certificate fees. And you might be able to call the hotel something else to make it meet those guidelines. And so I think what's very clear that by not having a policy is actually very clever. It probably puts a bit more stress on the staff and clearly on the councillors who not read the motion well enough to understand that it wasn't a refuse. But by their refusing, they're giving us the chance at a case-by-case basis to determine whether in fact we can support what is being asked in that particular instance. And as I said before, this meets all of the principles that I would like to see when we do waive planning fees, and so I'm happy to support it as amended now.
Thank you. Any other contributions? Not back to you, Councillor Palmer, to summarise.
Yeah, thank you very much. I look forward to the support around the table, and I just think, recently with a similar scenario in relation to a private hospital being built, we do anything we can to help those people in our community. With the city mission, with this scenario, I think they do incredible work across our city and across Tasmania with the people that are struggling the most, and anything we can do in relation to helping them, that sits very well with my values. And I agree with Councillor Harris in a case-by-case scenario as it is at the moment. I strongly support this. Thank you.
I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Those against? Carried, except for Councillor Pentridge. Okay, I understand Mr Hallaby's in the room, so I do apologise, I wasn't aware of that. We therefore might seek interest in moving motion 15.1, notice of motion, Councillor Harris, to now. So would someone like to move that we do that? Thanks, Councillor Britton, second Councillor Harris. All those in favour? We're just moving the motion on the edge lanes into now, Councillor Richard. So that's all councillors present. So thank you. Thanks, Joe, for your appearance. So would you like to speak, Mr Hallaby?
Bit high for me. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Michael Hallaby. I'm a 25-year resident of Windermere Road, and I am the Principal Consultant of Positive Safety Outcomes, which specialises in work health and safety with over 25 years' experience in the field of safety risk management. I oppose the motion on 3 grounds. Firstly, and key, is community consultation. All residents have not been consulted in relation to this motion. There may be a small number, but this doesn't reflect the opinions of the majority of residents. The process should be that a survey of all residents prior to putting a feasibility motion that may not represent the views of everybody involved. The second area is traffic volume. Windermere Road is a rural area with a low traffic volumes. The research conducted in the data that I've provided to Council already shows that on average we only have 15 vehicles an hour, 1 pedestrian every hour, and 1 cyclist every 4 hours. This is really different than an urban environment in, say, Invermay Road, and in view of the low traffic volumes, I don't consider it a good use of council money and time to invest in a feasibility study in this area. The third area is based on risk. So risk is determined by the maximum reasonable consequence if an incident occurs compared to the likelihood of that consequence occurring with current controls in place. Current controls at the moment include the low 50-kilometre speed limit, 2 lanes of vehicle traffic separated by white lines, step-off places for at least 98% of the road. As a regular walker, I have measured this and note all of those step-off points. The fourth control is Tasmanian road rules, requiring pedestrians to walk on the side of the traffic facing the road. Looking at this, the likelihood of vehicle to pedestrian or vehicle to cyclist collision is extremely rare. It's not likely to occur due to such low traffic volumes as previously mentioned. In view of this, the risk is extremely low risk. Secondly, the highest road user is vehicles. Reducing the road to one lane for vehicles approaching each other increases the risk of vehicle-to-vehicle collision, even with reduced speed limits and due to the many turns in the road. Therefore, introducing this is high risk. It is clear that the introduction of Edge Lane Road is not required to reduce the risk for vehicle to pedestrian or vehicle to cyclist collision and would increase the risk for vehicle to vehicle collision. I trust that in view of the arguments presented and the actual evidence provided by going out and measuring volumes, that the motion will either be withdrawn or dismissed. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Mr. Hallaby. Appreciate your giving your time to come and do it. Thank you. So we now have a notice of motion from Councillor Harris, re-Edge Lane Road for Windermere Road. To consider that motion, and the motion is a recommendation that Council 1 investigates the feasibility of implementing an Edge Lane Road as an additional treatment to the new signboards originally proposed for Windermere Road, Windermere. Councillor Harris, are you wishing to move that? Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to Mr Hallaby for his consultation and his information about the traffic volumes. Yes, community consultation is paramount in this case, and this is something that a notice of motion will ensure does happen. So under the way the council works, we had a notice of motion by Councillor Gibson to investigate the provision of footpaths. That was found to be unfeasible, and so their council had finished. There would be no community consultation. However, the residents of Windermere are in a unique situation. Along a 4-kilometre section, they have about over 100 houses. But as Mr Hamberley's survey has shown, very few people walk unless you are a confident or experienced walker. And in fact, it was brought home to me when I asked one resident how would he visit someone 2 or 3, 5 houses down the road. He said he'd drive because he didn't feel safe. So to me, we need to consider, are there other options that would allow people to use what is the only public provided space to enable them to move between their houses. Now, the thing that impressed me about the Windermere Road from a point of view of enabling a trial of any such thing, should that be what the community consultation brings up, is that in most cases, the trial, most of the users of the road are readily known. Windermere Road, whilst it does have a gravel road on the end of it, doesn't really go anywhere else. So anyone visiting Windermere Road is most likely a resident or in fact a visitor to one of those residences. So therefore, as a trial of anything new, you have the ability to eliminate many of the unknowns. Not totally eliminate them, because it does have a church and also a public boat ramp, which means there will be some other people who aren't residents who will visit. However, for us to have a successful trial, it will require a great lot of community engagement, and that will probably be the very first step. To think that there might be suddenly painted lines on the road without having that community engagement is not what would happen. But I would ask that everyone who currently talks about the risk consider what a Edge Lane Road actually works like. And the best description I can have is it's a gravel road. And if someone has driven along many gravel roads, most people tend to drive in the middle because there is less bumps, less potholes, and less ridges. However, when you meet another car coming in the other way, you simply head to the left-hand side, and you hope the other car does as well, and you pass, and then you resume back in the middle of the road. And that is exactly how an Edge Lane Road would work. But what the Edge Lane Road does provide, it does provide an area for people who are walking to have the right to walk there. Currently they do not, because they're walking on the edge of a road. And as Mr Haverley said, you are meant, according to the traffic code, to walk against the traffic. So in the case of an edge lane road, you would have a choice of which side of the road you were going to walk on, or in fact ride a bike on. But I don't think there'll be a lot of bike riding going on to start with, but I do think there'll be a lot of walking going on. And certainly, my experience is that if we in fact are able to create an edge lane road with the residents coming on board to trial something new and different, then I think we will have a new way that we can help our local communities remain more connected. Because at the moment, the cars are the bullies who take over the whole road surface, and that's the only public space that we provide. And I think if we in fact have an edge lane road, that people will be able to still walk, they'll still be able to drive their cars, and I'm very conscious that any such edge lane road initial trial would not be for the whole 4 or 5 kilometres of Windermere Road, but a section of it, so that the residents can gauge how it works, they can gauge whether they want to continue it and extend it. But for us to do the trial, we have to have a notice of motion to ask our staff to look into this. So that is the reason why I've brought the notice of motion here today. It is so that our staff can do a report, do community consultation, perhaps do a trial if it gets to that point, to enable us to see whether there's a better way for our residents to share the council-provided road space so that they can freely walk without feeling fearful for their life because of cars coming at them on the road. So that's what I'm looking for today, for people to support it. I'm not here to say we're going to put bike lanes there. Edge lane roads have been used for bike lanes, but in this case it is much more likely to be used by pedestrians and dog walkers and possibly even those riding horses. But I do ask for your support, and I look forward to what our engineers and traffic consultants can come back to and tell us what this looks like. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Look, I do rise to support the motion today as well. However, I rise to support it because I'd like to see everything that Councillor Harris has said. I just want to reassure everybody, and I think they know this, there is not going to be an edge lane put in there on Monday afternoon. There will be consultation. This is currently just an idea, and this is the formal way of beginning to look at the idea and all avenues properly. And I encourage anyone who lives along Windermere Road to represent against it if you wish, and just yeah, exactly that. Basically, it's not going to happen tomorrow. Consultation will happen, and I'll just await to see that information before I make any other judgment on whether it's a good idea or not. But I do support the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge.
Although I appreciate the merits, I think it's a complete and utter waste of time. We go back to the conversation we had this morning before we started about we shouldn't be wasting time. People, Councillor Harris has brought up one example of someone that preferred to drive rather than walk because of that. The information that's been supplied by this gentleman here shows there's very little cars there. Anyway, I think we're just wasting time, and I think we need to have more input. I mean, all right, we've brought it out in the open. From the information that I've received, enough people have commented on it, and I won't bother repeating some of the comments that have been made. I think this should be abandoned, and if, in actual fact, the community sees some merit in it, then I think it should come back to council at that time. But to waste any more time on it now is just a waste of time, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you to Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker, question?
Question, if I may. I'm not quite understanding the potential legal implications. I know that we say in our officer comments that the work would include safety analysis and traffic modelling to understand the impacts on road users, etc., and that it doesn't, that Ausroad's guidance sees it as an emerging treatment and therefore do not have established design standards or formal guidelines within the Australian standards. So, in that case, someone's walking little Fifi along the footpath there and Fifi gets run over, or, oh, sorry, the edge lane, or, you know, worse still, that person is hit by a car. Do we have any guidance on the legal standing of that part of the road? Is that something that would be included in the investigations? And if so, can that be addressed?
Is this a question you're asking while you're talking?
It's a question.
Yeah,
I have not.
Oh, sorry, you're speaking.
It's a question. Sorry. There was a preamble, I accept, but I'm just trying to paint the picture that we've got a lack of formal guidelines. We've got, the officer's report saying the work would include safety analysis and traffic modelling, but it doesn't say anything about the legal implications.
Thank you.
Yes, you are correct. It does represent a deviation from typical guidelines currently. Part of the consultation is working with the state government around this and the Transport Commission as well, and that will drill down into the legal obligations and rights that we do and don't have in this space, because ultimately the state government needs to be on board and endorse this treatment proposal as well. That will be part of our investigation.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Walker?
No, but I will speak.
You will speak now? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will.
Sorry, were you, Councillor Palmer, did you put your hand up? A question? So question, sorry, before we speak.
Thank you, Deputy. Two questions. What is the cost in relation to this?
Is that a question around the implementation or the investigation?
Investigation, sorry.
That'd be officer resourcing time. I can't give you an estimate for that off the top of my head, but I'd assume many hours would be spent sending emails and attending meetings with the identified stakeholders.
Yeah. And you might not be able to answer this, Councillor Harris might be able to. Consultation. We heard from the Speaker that there was no consultation with the community. Was there consultation from our council officers with the community at all?
In relation to this motion or in relation to the previous motion that Councillor Gibson had?
In relation to
this motion? No, there wouldn't have been by officers because we were waiting for that notice of motion to be received from Councillor Harris. Then we provided a response. If we were to investigate, I imagine at some point we would look if council were supportive as we got further down the line of moving forward. I'd imagine that we would use our team to write to residents in the area and ask them their views. It's a bit of an unusual one because it is a treatment that's not typically standard at the moment.
Thank you.
Councillor Walker, would you like to speak now?
Yes, I would. And I'm not sure how I will vote on this one. I did think that I would vote to support it, but I do see that we are entering fraught territory in a sense where we're focusing on, I suppose, one specific road and trying to find a solution rather than a general concept that could be applied to other places or that may be more suitable or may not ever be applied at all anywhere. So this motion does tend to drill down to that specific location. Understandable that Councillor Harris seeks a positive solution to an ongoing state of affairs there, and it is reasonable to suggest that it's a tricky road. It does have the speed limits. There haven't been incidents reported, although people don't feel safe walking. So this is a combination of tensions, I suppose. And there's nothing in here to say that this will ever come to fruition because, quite simply, the state government might say, no, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, this is not going to happen. It's not in our kit bag, it's not in our wheelhouse, and we won't be supporting such an idea. So I feel as though, while this is specifically for Windermere Road, that I'd be more comfortable with it if it was just that council generally investigate the concept of edge lanes and move forward to ascertain the process that we'd have to go through to achieve them, whether it's here or any other country lane that you care to mention. So I'm still no clearer as to which way I will vote, but I can understand the conundrum there, and I feel as though we might be sending our officers down a long path with this particular recommendation to do all that work for every edge road that we could ever implement just for this one specific example. So that's where the difficulty lies with me, I suppose. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Walker.
Keen to hear anyone else's opinion.
Anyone else wish to speak? Not. Looks like it's back to you, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, and thank you to the speakers for us. Yes, this has come about because the rural zoning and the rural living zoning doesn't require the provision of footpaths within the minimum build required for the subdivisions. And of course, some of these houses on Windermere Road were probably built 100, 150 years ago before we had any such zoning changes. So this is something for us as a leader in our community to say, let us investigate what an edge lane road might mean for this community and what lessons could be applied to others. Because we have many rural roads and many rural living areas, Swan Bay, out at Relbia, amongst others, all of which could benefit from this research. But we do need to be, someone has to be first, and I am proposing that Windermere is a very good place to trial this research, for somewhere to go and see how the residents use it, if in fact they do use it, do they like it? And that's why it's only for a trial period, because if we try something and it doesn't work, we modify it, still doesn't work, we perhaps take it out. But to me, that is why I'm asking for the support for ask our staff to look into this, because we do know that in other countries, edge lane roads provide a good alternative for pedestrians and cyclists to safely travel along roads with motor vehicles travelling in both directions. And I think that is something that we need to consider for not only the residents of Windermere, but for those in the greater part of the municipality. And in fact, there will be other areas within Tasmania. And so whilst we might be breaking new ground for the state government, they would then be able to use the work that we would have here to apply to other areas and other councils as well. So once again, I do feel other councils will be looking at us to see whether we are in fact making progress with prudence or not. I look forward to your support.
Okay, I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? That's 4. Those against? Including the Mayor, who's at the back. So the against have it. The motion is lost. You've got sorry, those that are against, could they put their hand up so Kelsey can... What's that? 5? 3? Hands, keep your hands up. 6. Hang on, Joe, put one down. So 6, and then there's, I think those 4 again, sorry. I think there were 4. Britton, Kai, Harris, and Priest. Okay, thank you for the discussion and debate on that. We might just take a comfort stop for half an hour now, so we'll break for 10 past 1. Oh, so we need to vote, sorry. We need to vote on that. Somebody like to move that we have a comfort stop? Councillor Britton, Councillor Harris, all those in favour? Excuse me, everyone in favour of a comfort stop? Yes, everyone. Yeah.
Okay, councillors. Kicking back into the agenda now, I do have a motion from the floor from the Deputy Mayor around 20.7 to bring it forward due to the speakers being here, ready, willing and able. So moved by the Deputy Mayor, somebody second by Councillor Palmer. All those in favour? All councillors present, we're moving 20.7 forward, the Lilydale Hall lease. Okay, so before we do get to that recommendation, opening it up to speakers, Mr. Nah.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to talk this afternoon. I'm Tony Nah. I'm the president of the Lilydale District Progress Association, and really pleased to have this opportunity to talk to you today. You'll have to forgive me for reading, because otherwise I'll forget half of the things I've prepared. On behalf of the LDPA and the Lilydale community in general, I'd like to thank you for considering this motion to return the management of the Lilydale Memorial Hall to the Lilydale community. In almost 4 years since I've been president of the LDPA, we've sought an agreement which will see the Memorial Hall return to its place as a well-used, important community space. I'm pleased to say that the LDPA is very happy to support the proposed lease. We feel it offers the best opportunity for our community and the City of Launceston to utilise this valuable asset. The LDPA thanks all councillors for your preparedness to step outside the constraints of council policies as per the vote earlier in the year, and that vote has enabled us to reach the position that we're at today. We especially thank Mayor Matthew Garwood, Councillor Andrew Palmer, CEO Sam Johnston and Sam's staff for supporting this initiative and working through all the issues involved. On behalf of the LDPA and the Lilydale community, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nah. And was there additional speakers? Or just for support? That's fine too. Excellent. Okay, so with there being no further speakers, we'll move to the recommendation that council decides to lease that part of the land situated on 1949 Main Road, Lilydale, which is known as the Lilydale Memorial Hall, as has been identified as a part of this agenda with the published conditions. It's been moved by Councillor Palmer, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Palmer, any further contributions?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'd like to thank the speakers for coming in today and the Lilydale community for their advocacy in relation to the Memorial Hall. Councillors, we've received the agenda. It is all listed, and I agree with everything. There is one there that risk implications. I don't think there will be any implications whatsoever. I think the Lilydale Progress Association will use this. They will build it up, and I hope to see this community asset really engaged in a different manner, and I think it really will be. This is a trial, and I'd like to also thank the Mayor and the CEO and Council Officer Nathan Williams, there he is, for all your support in relation to this. I'd like to thank the committee, the Lilydale Progress Association Committee, for their persistence in working with us in achieving this outcome. And I look forward to the support from around the table. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Deputy Mayor, any further contributions?
Yeah, thanks. Just quickly, and just acknowledge Tony and your team, what you do out there in Lilydale, full stop, over and above what you just do here. I think it's great, and the workings between council and Lilydale have come a long way, I think, in the last few years. So really appreciate that, and I also appreciate the work our officers have put into doing that and making that relationship work as well. I stand here to fully support it. I guess I just wanted to ensure, and again, I'm sure it's there, the lessee will continuously maintain the building in good and reasonable order. I think in relation to the leasing of the building is making sure they also have good oversight of the people who are actually leasing it to ensure they leave it in good order when they go. So I assume that that's almost implicit in what's said there, but that's always the key thing. We had issues out at White Hills a number of years ago where they turned into a party house and almost destroyed the hall, I think, one day. So again, taking on that responsibility means vetting the people that are going in there as well, Tony. So I'm happy to support it on the basis that that's the case. I think it really means the community is going to get a much better use of it, so it's great.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And noting the comments from the mover and the seconder on the report, any further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair, and I do rise to support the recommendation, but I do note also that the Lilydale District Progress Association, I hope and trust that our relationship will mature as a result of this new arrangement. Certainly the District Association has been forthright in its views in the past, and so it should be. But as the lessee of the hall and providing that for the wider Lilydale community means additional, I think, responsibilities and approaches from the District Association. So I look forward to seeing that come to fruition.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions? Councillor Pentridge.
My only, and I haven't actually got all over this yet, but the fact that I hope we don't abandon them. Yes, it's good that the locals have got control of the building, but I think we as a council still have a responsibility to help them, and let's not do what we've done in so many other cases and abandon them and then have to pick up the tabs at the end of the day. So I hope that, best of luck. And if you need some support, by all means, I'd like to think you can come back and get the support you need.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Further contributions? Anything to close, Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mayor. I just believe that there's been a lot of talk about our strategic plan of late, and it really does align with strategic pillar 3, people. Broaden and increase participation in arts, cultural and community events to foster community identity, leadership, capacity building, resilience and pride and sense of belonging. So I look forward to the support around the table. Thank you very much.
Great. Okay, 20.7 to the vote. All those in favour? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, Sharon. Thanks, Nathan. Okay, we might return to our agenda now. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, announcements by the Mayor at 12.1. They are published as a part of this agenda, but I would like to hand to the Deputy Mayor if there were any further announcements or further comments made, noting that there was some acting Mayor duties throughout the last 3 weeks.
No, only that I've been to a couple of schools and I was there at the soft opening along with Councillor Walker at the Y yesterday, which was the V. Sorry, the Y, which is now the V. Which is a name that came out of Kings Meadows High School, which was absolutely fantastic.
Great. Excellent. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So noting that they're published, moving forward to the councillor reports. Deputy Mayor, were there any further councillor reports you would like to personally make before I move to other councillors? Okay, at 13.1 then, councillor reports. Councillor Kai.
Thank you. Now, I wasn't here for the last council meeting, so my report will go back a little bit further. So since the last council meeting, I have had the opportunity to participate in several significant activities that have strengthened our community connections both locally and internationally. I recently joined the Launceston delegation for our sister city visit to Ikeda, Japan. This was an incredible, valuable experience that deepened our cultural understanding and strengthened the long-standing relationship between our cities. I was particularly impressed by Ikeda's strong waste management and recycling systems, their warm hospitality and the genuine interest in expanding cultural and economic exchange with Launceston. This visit has reinforced the importance of ongoing collaboration between our communities. Now, since I've been back, I attended in a series of walks as part of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Yesterday, we completed the final walk, and I wanted to extend my sincere thanks to everyone who took part. It was incredibly powerful to see people from all walks of life standing together. Police officers, Launceston City Council staff, community organisations, local workers on their lunch breaks, and many members of the public. While yesterday's walk may have been smaller than some earlier ones, this message remained just as strong. Respect, safety and equality matters in Launceston. Our community continues to show that we will not remain silent on domestic violence and gender-based violence. Now, on the 25th and 26th of November, along with a few of my other councillor colleagues, I attended the City of Launceston's strategic leadership development training. The workshop was facilitated by the outstanding Alicia McKay, whose engaging and interactive approach provided valuable insights into strategic governance and effective decision making. Over the 2 days, I gained a much clearer understanding of my responsibilities as a councillor and ways to contribute to long-term strategic outcomes for our community more effectively. I found the training incredibly beneficial and only wished it had been available earlier in our term. I look forward to continuing this work and bringing the insights gained from these experiences back to the council table for the benefits of our community. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kai. Deputy Mayor, you had another thought.
Sorry, I just was getting my thoughts together on my papers. I just wanted to acknowledge, and whilst it might not be, well, it is appropriate, I attended the Scotch Oakburn College celebration on Tuesday night. And the only reason I mentioned that, apart from it being a very impressive performance they put on, was just to really note that they made an acknowledgement to our ex-mayor, Don Wing, up there, who's a great citizen of Launceston, and what he'd done for the college, but moreover what he'd done for Launceston in general, you know, as the mayor of Launceston. And Councillor Kai talking about ICADA, he was the mayor who actually set the ICADA relationship up back in 1965. But his contributions as the President of the Legislative Council and the things that he's done over his journey in Launceston, both philanthropically and just under the things. And he was a strong contributor to the university move, really challenging and questioning the university when it was moving from Newnham to its current location, which were appropriate questions that we're asking. So I just wanted to know, we certainly at Scotch Oakburn honoured him because he's an old collegian from 1950 and I don't think ever left. So he's been there, had a 75-year relationship with the school, which was very impressive. And I had a small part to play in that, which was very sort of humbling from my perspective. But just acknowledging the fact that he was an ex-mayor of Launceston City, something I think we maybe also should think about too.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Further councillor reports? Councillor Palmer and Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to acknowledge Launceston College and their performance recently with Dance Fever. It was 18 years ago that a much younger Mayor Garwood and Councillor Palmer both emceed the first ever Dance Fever at the Albert Hall, and many years later we're at Door of Hope. So who knows where they'll be next year, but it was outstanding. I was absolutely blown away by the singing, by the dancing, by the creativity, the choreography of all the teachers that work at Launceston College. I absolutely loved it, and I can't sing their praises high enough. This year was based around Be Fearless, and the students were definitely that. Yesterday I attended, as the council representative, the Waverley Primary School end-of-year celebration, and it's just wonderful, all the work that they're doing out there with the students, the wonderful families that are there at the school at Waverley supporting their children, and the incredible staff that do an amazing job out there at Waverley. So I'd just like to say well done to Waverley Primary School, and we look forward to seeing what those Year Sixes go on and do in high school next year. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's been a busy time. It's 4 weeks since our last meeting. So consequently, there's a lot that I've done for others. The 14th of November, I deputised for yourself at the Tasmanian Work and Engineering Conference being held at the Tram Sheds to open that particular event. And then on the Saturday, the 15th, I also went to and opened the Launceston Gem and Mineral Show being held out at Dowling Street. I joined you on the 19th of November with the Trevelyan Grade 4s on a tour of the Town Hall, which was always good fun. Along with Councillor Mackay and a couple of others, I also attended the Elisa Mackay training on governance, and it was very, very good. Also attended on your behalf the 26th of November, the Council 30th anniversary since the Council was introduced or created, and they have certainly gone from strength to strength from when they first started. I also attended the lighting of the Christmas tree, and it was good to see the people who came into the city. I was there relatively early, didn't stay till dusk, but it was good to see the number of people who were in the city, but also to see how St John Street, once closed off, was then able to be used as a pedestrian area. And I think it's something, as part of City Heart, we should certainly do more of. I'm joined with my fellow 9 other councillors, I think it was, at the launch of the strategic plan down at the silos, and that was a fantastic experience for all of us to get up there and answer questions for the assembled people to listen to whether we had bought into this new strategic plan for our city. Also, we had, I attended on the 3rd of December the St Leonard's Primary School to talk to their grade 4s about our role, our councillors, as councillors. They seemed to think we were responsible for the social media ban on Facebook and a few other things, but I had to explain to them that that wasn't quite our role. But nevertheless, it was great to talk to them, as it was to talk to the Sacred Heart school children when we did a tour here as well. Did the book launch of On the Swamp by Helen Boyer. Some other councillors were there, Councillor Pentridge and Walker. But it was good to hear from Helen about her book. It certainly passes the weight test. It's as heavy as a couple of good phone books in the old days. And it is a great thing that she has done to gather the memories of those people before the opportunity is lost of those in Inveresk. And if you're wondering where Inveresk is, when really Foster Street is the boundary. It goes from the north-east to the Tamar River. I also attended the Active Living Coalition meeting on Monday and also had the council breakfast with staff yesterday down at the Albert Hall with a number of other councillors, including Councillor Priest and Marsden. I'm not sure who else was there that came to the breakfast. I thought the Deputy Mayor was there as well. Great. I think about 350 of our staff attended, which was a great opportunity to talk to some people I hadn't spoke to before, but also to listen to their problems directly. So a busy month since our last meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Marsden.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to give a shout out to Tracy Peace and the City of Launceston Lions Club Parade Committee, and also the City of Launceston staff who participated in the parade. Great representation from our organisation, and I didn't realise we had so many different facets of this council, and to have it so well supported and to see how the depth of the City of Launceston's floats had within the parade was something to be proud of. So great event, and look forward to next year's.
Thank you. Any further councillor contributions for reporting? Okay, we'll move forward to 13.2, and with the will of the table, I'd like to move this in block 13.2 to 13.5. They are the individual councillors' reports for the ICADA visit. So it would be moving 13.2 and 13.5 with a recommendation to note and receive those reports. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Councillor Harris, anything? Noting that there's also the extensive report all coming.
We'll just take it as being read.
Take it as read. Councillor Palmer, further contributions? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. At 14, we've got questions by councillors. 14.1, questions on notice by councillors are responded to and published as a part of this agenda. So we move forward to 14.2, councillors' questions without notice. Deputy Mayor.
I expect this to be taken on notice, and I will provide detail of it first. The traffic lights at Invermay have been now in place for several months.
Yep.
Has Council/State Growth reviewed the efficiency of these lights and its impact on traffic flow? If so, what was the outcome? And if there are flow issues, what actions are being taken to rectify the situation? And second question, which is related, was previously a member of our community, Jim Carroll, raised issues of traffic flow through the northern outlet along Wellington Street. What was the outcome of those investigations, and have any changes been implemented by State Growth to improve signalling both north and south of Charles Street Bridge?
Great. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Some great questions coming from the community. We'll take those on notice so we can ensure that they are responded to correctly and in the depth that's required. Thank you. Great. Further questions without notice? Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start with a rather obscure one. It's been handed to me by a fellow councillor who could no longer attend the meeting, just asking that there be a correction to the record in regards to information provided at the 23rd of October meeting regarding 10 days on the island and Launceston Council's ongoing relationship with 10 Days on the Island. I acknowledge that there has been internal correspondence in regards to that, but just seeking for that to be put on the public record. Will that be possible?
Thanks, Councillor Walker. We'll take that on notice and we'll just look through the process and protocols around that.
Thank you. I know that during our negotiations with Stadiums Tasmania, I repeatedly brought up the subject of North Launceston Football Club to seek assurances that they were going to be accommodated for. Certainly, since then, I've also asked the chair of this meeting on numerous occasions about our relationship with North Launceston. Where do we stand now, and are there any current talks ongoing? As even in this week in the media, again, it's been repeated that it's Launceston Council's responsibility to look after them.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. CEO.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Walker. I do believe I did provide an email update to councillors in the last couple of weeks in relation to North Launceston Football Club. Certainly, for clarity, the Deputy Mayor, whilst acting Mayor, and I met with the President of the Northern Tasmanian Football Association on this very exact matter around the future of North Launceston Football Club, which was certainly spurred off the back of the relevant Minister's comments in some estimates in the recent weeks. We are awaiting North Launceston Football Club to advise us what their intentions are. I understand their AGM was held or was scheduled to be held on the 1st of December. We were advised through the Honourable Peter Gutwin, representing at that meeting with the Deputy and myself, that it was to be tabled at that AGM and meeting of North Launceston Football Club for the club to determine its very clear intention and desire, because there was still no formal decision of North Launceston Football Club as to whether it wished to remain at York Park, which is clearly outside of our remit and sits with Stadiums Tas, or whether they choose to go to another location such as Invermay. So we're seeking that clarity so that we also don't go off and produce something or go off on quite a substantial project, noting that's a multi-million-dollar project if it is a relocation, without that clarity of the club.
Thank you. So, question, if I may. The Foo Fighters is no doubt a great coup for Launceston. Questions have been given to me in regards to how we have approved our contribution of $150,000 and whether councillors were supportive of that. And I've had to explain that that wasn't a decision of council, that was a decision of executive. So I asked who did approve that sponsorship, and specifically what budgets has that money come from, and thirdly, why is it not subject to the protocols, the policies and the guidelines around governance of grants and sponsorship?
Thanks, Councillor Walker. CEO.
Thank you, through the chair, and thank you again, Councillor Walker. I do appreciate that I have actually written to councillors answering this question via email, and it was discussed particularly after your question at workshop of last week, but again, happy to reiterate what's already been advised to councillors. And I'm also happy to take this on notice equally so we can actually publish something in the agenda that councillors can use with the public. But for summary, as advised, it was approved by myself through the council-approved budgets event. As you'd appreciate, in the last budget, Council did approve quite a substantial and a substantial increase to previous event budgets. The amount in which was offered through Stadiums Tas was done so on what was available, knowing that the contribution we have made does not impact any existing event or grant programs that the council has. And as indicated in my email and at workshop last week, the unfortunate position was that due to the non-disclosure agreement in which I was required to sign to negotiate with Stadiums Tas, unfortunately we were not able to disclose beyond myself, including other staff, in terms of particular details, funding amounts, and in fact even the artist itself was confidential right up until the very end. So happy to take that on notice equally and provide further information on that. But again, I'll reiterate my email advice provided to councillors already.
Any further questions without notice? Okay, moving forward to 15. We've got written notices of motion. We've done that one, haven't we? That's good. Just moving through the agenda as we did have speakers. So 16 is committee reports. 16.1 is the NIC report, Northern Youth Coordinating Committee report. Recommendation being to receive that report. Somebody please to move to receive. Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Marsden. Councillor Britton, any contributions? Councillor Marsden, anything further to the report? Okay, all those in favour? As all councillors present, motion is carried. Connections and livability is at 17, with 17.1 being the City of Launceston Visitation Framework, with the recommendation being to endorse said framework 2025. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor, seconded. Councillor Britton, Deputy Mayor, contributions?
Look, I just want to thank and say it's pleasing to have the report with us now. Councillor Gibson, I did reference it, I think, earlier in his conversations in relation to our support of Visit Northern Tasmania, and it's been a fair while coming to get to this stage. It's exciting what I see in the written document. I guess now, given the decision that we've made in regard to VNT, is now how we use that to actually influence the outcomes that we want to see through the VNT process over the next 18 months, and hopefully collaborate to get the things that we need and get them to sort of fit in with what we're trying to achieve as well. So I think, to me, had the vote gone the other way in relation to VNT, I would have said, look, we need to roundly get behind this, which we still do. It's now how we integrate that to ensure that we get the best bang for our buck out of that and what we do with VNT going forward. So I would hope that there will be significant conversations with VNT about this visitation policy that we've got and how they may play a part to ensure that Launceston gets what it needs to get from it.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Anything from the seconder? Contributions? Councillor Walker?
Yeah, just to take note of the Mayor's forward, where he acknowledges that those weaknesses in transport linkages and building a stronger nighttime economy are two things that we know that we must improve. And I think that if we can do that, no matter where you go and travel in the world, it's about the ease of being able to travel and the opportunities once you get there. There's probably plenty of places you'd like to go, but if you can't get there, it's just not possible. Something as simple as the Tamar Valley wine route is great if you've got a car, but that's about it. Maybe a bicycle if you're adventurous. It's an area that we do need to work on really strongly as a region, as a community. And I think the City of Launceston recognises that in this visitation framework. Thank you.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 17.2, we also have the City of Launceston Events Framework. Recommendation to endorse. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Britton. Deputy Mayor.
Just reiterate the comments on that previously.
Fantastic. Okay, you've got a question, Councillor Harris.
Just a question in regard to this events framework. Insurance costs is one of the biggest issues for any event company. In fact, Rotary and other service clubs are often called upon to provide or to run events because then their Rotary insurance will cover it. How do you see the events framework as presented, that relationship working in regard to the insurance cost and who will run the event? Because when I read it, and I read it a couple of times, I'm still not clear for something like the carols in the park. Is it council who is carrying the insurance risk of our policy, where in the past, when the Lions or the Rotary Club did it, their insurance would have covered that risk? And similarly, if there are other things where an organisation may not, or an individual or a group of people, may be a committee, but may not have access to insurance, because I know that in the case of something like
Councillor Harris, can we
it could be $10,000. $10,000 for one day's insurance.
Yep.
And that can clearly affect the viability of doing anything. So I just want to understand
good question.
Where we're at.
Through the executive leader.
Insurance costs are one of the things we definitely try to support event organisers with. There is an ability to, for a small amount, purchase public liability insurance through the City of Launceston for smaller scale events. We definitely do use our public liability insurance for the Carols by Candlelight. However, we also work with the volunteer dance groups and singing groups, and their public liability covers off on the performers that participate in the event through theirs. So it's shared in that instance. If I could just add to that, Councillor Harris, our role is very much a
as an enabler. So it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, but our role is to help support, whether it be auspicing through another organisation like Rotary or through ourselves, or just providing them guidance on how to get more affordable insurance.
Great. Thank you. Further contributions? Okay. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We have nothing identified for QV Mag at 18. So 19 is Community Assets and Design with 19.1 as the Asset Management Project update. Recommendation being to receive the information. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton, seconded by Councillor Harris. Councillor Britton, question?
Question if I can. Thank you very much for the update. I was just wondering, there's been some talk in workshops and people have asked questions as well. I was interested to know, are we putting together a list that could identify some, quote, low-hanging fruit earlier than the actual report, than the time the report may be finalised?
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Through the Executive Leader.
Can I just clarify, Councillor Britton, you're asking if we're implementing things as we go through that are fairly simple to improve our asset management approach?
Certainly. So perhaps if we find a building that no one's used for 20 years, we don't lease it, we don't rent it, are we putting anything together that we can sort of say, look, here's something, an opportunity, a thing, sell that, get rid of that, knock it down, whatever, is anything like that?
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor Britton. We have undertaken, as you're aware, a facility hierarchy. That work's now complete and adopted by ELT. So we have an understanding of, I guess, both the condition of most of our assets at this point, as well as, I guess, the status of those buildings. My network isn't responsible, but there is a review underway of our broader land and buildings holdings across our portfolio. That work's being done in partnership with quite a few networks. Obviously, it touches delivery and performance of leasing, it touches strategy and innovation, so there is work underway. I'm not sure if the CEO would like to add to that.
Thank you. Through the Chair, further to Councillor Britton, yes, through the Strategy and Innovation team, and particularly with the new dedicated team around strategic property as well, we will be proposing some very strategic decisions for Council to consider in 2026 around some of our major property asset bases, particularly within the CBD.
Thank you, and apologies if I got it all muddled a little bit there. Cheers, thanks.
Great. Another question, Councillor Harris.
Just a question regarding the asset management. As I understand it, we have something like 330 assets from, this building to a timekeeper's box at a footy ground, which comes into that 330. That there are many other assets built on our land that perhaps may or may not be part of this, and I'm just wondering whether things like the hockey centre, the tennis centre and various other things, and Northern Suburbs football club rooms that they've got grants to build their thing, is this included as part of this asset management project update? I'm just trying to understand whether we've gone through those buildings that we may not seem to own, but they sit on our land.
Certainly. So the asset management project is focused on all our asset classes, not just buildings and facilities. I can speak to facilities because I do have the building assets and investigations area of the organisation. We have reviewed everything on our land, so that includes a few buildings where people have either added to existing buildings that are ours, and we're working through with the leasing team and delivery and performance. Obviously, having buildings that are on our land that aren't ours is problematic for both the building owner and ourselves, and it actually gives rise in a lot of instances to uncertainty around maintenance and operation obligations. So we're working through those on a case-by-case basis. I can say it is only a small number.
Further contributions? Okay, all those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Thank you. Delivery and performance is at 20, with 20.1, the monthly financial performance report, with the recommendation being that we note the report for capital and operations for the period ending 31st of October. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton, seconded. Councillor Marsden. Councillor Britton.
Thank you. Just acknowledging that I'm sure it takes a lot of work to put these reports together. So thanks very much to the officers that do.
Great. Councillor Marsden, further contributions? Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Walker.
Probably similar theme to what I do every time we get one of these reports is really trying to, and maybe in the new year when we get the 6 monthly done, is to try and isolate what we think are permanent differences, plus and minuses, to see where we think we're sitting at the year end. So taking what our budgeted projection was, add permanent improvements and take off permanent diminishments, so that we can come up and say, okay, well, based on that, the rest of it we treat as timing, and then we would say our revised projection of where we think we're going to be is this. I think that would be really useful for me to be able to see whether we're ahead of budget or against budget or behind budget, because at the moment there's lots of moving parts, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate some of it you're not sure whether it's timing or not at this point in time, but there are some significant ones in there that we know that are permanent that could probably just give us a bit of a highlight. Yep.
I'll just add as a comment to that, if I may, Mayor. You'll notice that this reporting, it looks a bit different to previously. So we'll seek to include some of those further enhancements, but as part of the efficiency dividend report that we bring to Council quarterly, that includes those permanent differences as well. So we'll seek to line those items up.
Great, thank you. Councillor Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's also, I suppose, trends within that. I mean, we have some unfavourables in there that I suppose, I don't know if I've not noticed before, but maybe it is a different format. But, in terms of employee benefits, we're talking about 1.1 million for 25-26, unfavourable. We have depreciation at $250,000, and also rates and remissions. Oh, that's in the expenses. So that's actually variations.
Councillor Walker, would you like me to go around the table and come back to you?
No, I'm just querying, is that variations to what
variations to budget? So with employee benefits, Councillor Walker was showing a $85,000 unfavourable variance. That is purely a timing difference, given we had an additional pay period in the month of October. So that will certainly correct itself at the end of November's reporting.
Thank you.
Great. Further contributions? Anything to close? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried, and we move to 20.2, which is the budget with the budget amendments. And that recommendation is that Council, and by absolute majority, approves the published changes to the 25-26 statutory estimates. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Councillor Britton, Deputy Mayor, contributions from the table? Okay, all those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. 20.3, we've got the request for remission of rates. Now, I don't believe we have any public speakers for this one, so I'll just move straight to the recommendation, which is that Council, again by absolute majority, approves the request to remit the rates and fees of $1,030.79 levied against the property in respect of council rates for 25-26, and that also excludes the fire levy or the waste charge. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. I thank the officers for the work they've done to get this to where it's got to. Came about as a conversation I had with the committee out there at the Nunamara Hall about the fact that they're paying rates, and I thought to myself at the time, we basically sold for $1 the community hall to the community to look after on behalf of the community, because it was not serving a purpose for us specifically, but it was a community facility which we thought was better put back in community hands. Previously, we didn't charge ourselves rates on it. I didn't think it was fair that we started then profiteering out of something that we're given for the benefit of the community. So they put in a request for remission of rates, and I think key elements to this is it's still being operated as a community hall, and I think each year they should put in a remission request, and provided they still tick all the boxes in regard to providing the facilities for the community, then I'd be happy to support that going forward. if all of a sudden it turned into a commercial enterprise, then I'd have a different view in regards to that. So therefore, we can manage to ensure that we're giving remissions of rates on something which is specifically based on our community thing. But it seemed to me inappropriate that we profiteered, and like a lease we approved a little earlier today, I would hope we won't make that sort of same error and start charging rates on the Lilydale Hall going forward either. So it's just hopefully setting up a little bit of a precedent, and I think our officers are looking at seeing whether we have any other like situations where we've done that to ensure that we can seek some rate remissions for those organisations that are doing great things in their community.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As the second to Councillor Palmer. Councillor Harris, the question.
Just a question in regard, whilst the hall has been with the association since 2019, have they been paying rates since that date up to this year? And if so, what is the cumulative total of that? Because why are we treating them different to the hall people at Lilydale who happen to start from zero, whereas these people took it on in 2019 and have been paying us rates, and now we're going to start to rebate it? And I would think that it would be a significant impost on that hall committee's financial viability, but let you answer.
So to answer your question, they have been paying rates since they took ownership of the hall, which is standard practice for any ratepayer across the municipality. I can't give you an answer as to how much that they pay, but for some context, we are proposing to remit an amount of just over $1,000. So it would be probably under $10,000 what they would have paid since 2019. I would say it's probably in the, if you include fire and water, which we're not proposing to remit today. It's just the general rate and the fixed charge. And your question about the Lilydale Hall. That's a lease, so that will remain a council-owned facility. Right. So we don't charge rates to ourselves.
Councillor Walker.
Yes. Quick question in regards to that, I suppose. Have we considered that there might be other community spaces that are being used who might come to us saying, well, give us a rate relief as well? I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if we've considered.
Look, we would deal with each one of those on a case-by-case merit basis. We would seek to bring that to council. We have certainly considered it, but as the deputy touched on, we gifted this asset away effectively, and then we've in turn started charging them rates for a facility which we used to own, and we're saving ourselves a significant amount of money in terms of depreciation, maintenance costs as well. So this is really in recognition of the financial overhead that the association is now dealing with.
Just to speak briefly, if I may, Chair. Yes, I think that is the difference, that they did move out of home and they took it on themselves. Now they've come back and said, oh, well, we wouldn't mind a little bit of a help here and there. And I think that's fine. I think that sets it aside in some ways. And we want to see it succeed. We want that model to succeed. Yeah. I think Lilydale's a different example, of course, but we might like to think that this could happen in other parts of our municipalities. So if it does succeed, the proviso being we once did own it. Maybe that's the litmus test. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We've got the audit panel charter at 20.4, with the recommendation being that council approves the updated audit panel charter as published. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Walker. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And there's nothing particularly challenging with this one. It's really, we have to do a review of our charter, which came back to the audit panel, I think, at the last meeting, noting that really the major changes in there are actually just updating to meet the model charter. There's some things in there about, I think, the sort of membership. I think there are a couple of things that the Mayor raised with me about paying audit panel members, and that's actually independent audit panel members, which is done across the state. So the Chair and the independent audit panel members do get paid for the roles that they play. And this was just purely, I think there was an update on, they haven't changed their fee for 3 or 4 or 5 years, so it was actually an update of $500, I think, just to bring them up to things, and then there'll be CPI increase from there on in. So I think the fact that the Mayor and the CEO are not, well, the Mayor isn't a member, is not allowed to be a member, that's also under the charter that you can't do that. So from my perspective, it's a fairly standard audit panel policy, which is really just, or terms of reference rather, which is really just updating to ensure that we're now comparable with the standard.
Thanks, Deputy. Councillor Walker is the seconder.
Yeah, just to note that Councillor Mackenzie and myself have been on the audit panel for quite a long time. So any other councillor who might consider joining the audit panel, there was some discussion around whether we could increase the numbers of councillors who are on the audit panel. Alternatively, councillors can attend as an observer anyway, and I think I would encourage any councillor who wants to, see that inner workings there. Whether we did increase the numbers, I don't think it's particularly necessary. As long as, those two councillors are attending most meetings, I think that's what's important. But certainly something to think about for next year. They meet 4 times a year, usually once in person, and most of the other time can be, via the internet. So more of an internal memo, really, but there you go.
Thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close? All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Got 20.5 now with the revocation of the unsolicited proposals to develop council land. There's a procedure here with the recommendation being that council revokes the council's unsolicited proposal to develop council-owned land high-level procedure. Somebody please to move. It's been moved by the Deputy, seconded by Councillor Britton. Deputy Mayor.
Look, I think this was a proposal that was put in place a number of years ago to try and work out how we would deal with our land, so that we had a process in place to deal with that. I think we've subsequently found out that probably it's not council's responsibility to do that, which now means that particular ability to determine whether we allow an unsolicited proposal to be development application or whatever on our property to be dealt with, and that's dealt with by the CEO. I think there are a number of mitigations in there, particularly, and I guess this has come about with regard to a fairly well-known one we've been talking about recently, is the fact that where somebody comes and does something on our land or wants to do something on our land, we might approve a DA, and even if we don't approve it and it goes to the tribunal and it still comes back to us, that we still have some controls over it because it's still our land, as to whether we'll allow them to lease or licence the property. So therefore, that's our ultimate control in my view. I don't think, having gone through the unsolicited land thing a couple of times, it's been a particularly useful tool, to be quite frank. There's some good questions in there that maybe we should answer, and I think the CEO and his kit bag should have that information there purely from the point of view of helping him make the decision he's got to make. But I'm comforted by the fact that we don't actually have the power to make that decision. It's actually the CEO's.
Thanks, Deputy. Councillor Britton? Further contributions? I've got a question, Councillor Harris, then Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a question. So once this is revoked, what will be the process from an unsolicited bid for something to occur on our land? Will it just revert back to the CEO to understand what I think it is? Just to tell us.
Yep, that's correct. So the proposal would come in, there'd be a preliminary assessment, not a merits-based assessment, but just, for example, is it something that is prohibited? Is it described correctly? Does it identify the land correctly? Yes, it would be open for Sam to then give the consent for that to come through. And then the application would be assessed in its normal way and either be decided on by council or under delegation.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Well, the question, if I may, I'm not sure when the CEO's delegation is explicit in the Act, why there's a necessity to revoke this process, because in other words, this process has always been an underlying process. It's not a top-level process. It's not going to interfere with the CEO's ability to act, regardless of whether the process is there or not, the procedure.
So just to be clear, it's not a delegation. It's an inherent power of the CEOs to exercise that power under the Act. Council doesn't have a role in that. By involving itself in that decision, it brings in elements of apprehended bias that can thereafter turn the permit that's issued open to challenge.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. To speak, if I may.
Yes.
Thanks for that explanation. As another CEO once said, that they wouldn't dare make that decision without consulting councillors anyway, and of course it's not a council decision when it comes to this. It's explicitly in the Land Use Planning Act that the CEO has not the delegation, but has that authority. But of course the CEO works for the councillors, and if the councillors weren't happy with that decision, there might be some consternation around this table. So obviously these things have to work in concert if they're going to be successful. And I do believe that this procedure was put there partially because of that, because we want consensus. It's a consensus type model. It builds on collecting data from councillors over a number of criteria. And of course, we're not talking about our land, we're talking about the community's land. Somewhere like the Cataract Gorge, of course, near and dear to everyone's heart, but plenty of other public land as well that developers might look at and think, well, I could build, a kiosk there, or I could sell hot dogs in City Park if I just had a space down there. That, it might be a long bow that I'm drawing, but the point being, I'm not sure why this is being rescinded when it's only a protocol. It's not a legal mechanism. So I'm somewhat perplexed by it, because we will still, as a council, have to form some basis of an opinion when solicitations come along. We understand it's not our final decision, but we are representatives of the community, and we, are deserved of an opinion and deserve to express that opinion. And if it's through a mechanism such as this, it formalises that process rather than, one speaking out of line. So unless I can be given a clear reason that this somehow impedes the CEO's ability to ultimately make a decision, I would not be supporting the rescinding of, what is a quite useful process.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. We'll just grab some clarification from our legal advice.
Great. So that first consent to lodge or permission to lodge is the first step out of 3 that's required for someone to do something on council's land. So that allows, it's a gatekeeper, it stops surprise applications coming in. If that permission is given, it then comes to the council's planning authority to assess its compliance against the scheme. Assuming that happens, the proposal comes to council in its position as landowner to determine whether it supports that happening. So there's certainly community input at those 2 second steps. And at the third step, council has a wide discretion whether to approve or refuse. It can't be compelled to enter into a lease because it's given a planning permit. It can't be compelled to enter into a lease because TASCAT has decided that a planning permit should be issued.
Further contributions? Anything to close?
Councillor Walker, I hear your concerns, and in my view, the CEO doesn't need to talk to us if he doesn't want to, whether that's there or not, to be quite frank. I think the apprehended bias, is worthy of just saying it's not even contemplated if we don't actually have this particular document in front of us. So I'm comfortable with that, but I'm also comfortable that we've got, as councillors, a couple of other mechanisms in which we can say we're not going to do this. And I think that was the issue that I tried to raise when we were talking about the gondola a few months ago, is I was saying, well, I'm happy to go with the DA on the basis that I can say no to the licence and the lease at some future date if we didn't like what they came up with, even if they won the case. So from my perspective, I'm comforted by the controls that we have at council level. But to me, to use Councillor Pentridge, sometimes a bit of bureaucracy in the way, another step to slow something down is something we're very good at. This is taking one away and makes the thing happen.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Putting it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Pentridge and Walker against. The motion is carried. We've got the Section 75CA agreement for the protrusions over the footpath in Kings Meadows at 20.6. We've got the recommendation being decides that the protrusions currently extending from the building facade, they're located more than 2.4 metres above the footpath, but we're deciding through this recommendation that they may roll on so long as the building remains. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris.
It is pretty self-explanatory. Like many others, it is a very small ledge, I think I'd call it, rather than an awning that goes out over the footpath on Hobart Road for where there is a coffee window that seems to be rarely used by the provider. But that could change with a different provider. So I think it's important we get it approved in accordance for as long as the building shall remain.
Thank you. Councillor Britton. question, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it, other than, and I think we dealt with it at the last protrusion, is really the insurance and the liability issue of that, with somebody, very tall person walking along and bumping their head on it, or something happening that protrusion actually causes an injury to somebody or something, as to who wears the liability for that. I can see Duncan out there if we need to bring him back in, but so just clarifying that we don't have any insurance concerns or any liability concerns by the protrusion over the footpath.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. My understanding is that the insurance and liability will remain with the building owner. If we look at council's powers under the Local Government Highways Act, any authority that we might provide for something to be over the local highway would involve them taking on the responsibility, and we can put conditions on those.
Thank you. Further contributions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, we have a difficulty, and this is something that's across Australia, awnings, and this one is not really an awning, it's just a protrusion, but nonetheless, there are hundreds of awnings in Launceston above council property, footpaths that are not attached to titles, and there's no recognition of their existence. Of course, we're all going to presume, well, that belongs to that shop and they should maintain it and that sort of thing. I think when I looked into this last time, I found out in New South Wales in 1 year, there were 17 awnings that had collapsed and some had hit people. So it's an issue. It's an issue that could come back to council because it is our land that these awnings are on. I don't know what other work we do in this area, but I'm certainly not in favour of these awnings being attached to the actual title, the deed, for these buildings. So I'm just questioning with this particular one, on the one hand, we are saying that while the building stays, the awning can stay, but in this case, we're not going to attach it to the actual title or deed. Is that correct? That was a question, yeah.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Section 75CA of the Conveyancing and Law of Property Act is a standalone power that the council has, and it does actually require the deed to be registered against the title.
Thank you.
Right. Well, just to finish then, that's where it starts to concern me, that we now have property owned above Launceston property, and I'm not sure how we resolve that one, because, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you. Further contributions? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote then. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Walker against. The motion is carried. We've done 20.7, which is the lease of the Lilydale Hall. So we'll move to the lease at 20.8, which is the Navy Cadets. Recommendation being that council decides to lease the property at the Home Point Parade as identified in this agenda with the published conditions. Been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thanks. I'd stand to support it. I just wanted to ask a question. I understand that with the Patterson Street Barracks and the work that's going on out at the Maritime College, that the cadets from both there and from Patterson Street Barracks will ultimately move out of there. I don't know whether that means they don't require that any longer, but just as a matter of negotiation as to whether they need it for that period of time or not. Do we know what their status is on that?
Yeah, so the lease, you'll notice, is only for a 4-year period. Yep. Their intention is that they will transition into a new site within that 4 years.
Yep.
And the building will either revert to our ownership, or we can ask them to remove the building off the site if we choose to do so.
Thank you.
I think the Scouts will be very happy to move in there and get rid of theirs. Councillor Pentridge.
Sent you something.
All good. Any further contributions? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. Thank you, Sharon. Yeah. So if we just keep that in mind, it's good. 20.9, we've got the council meeting schedule for 26 and the updates to council meetings, the frequency and commencement time. We've got the recommendation being that council approves the published 26 scheduled for council meetings, workshops and planning authority as published in this agenda. Somebody please to move. Been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Britton. Deputy Mayor.
I've got the microphone ready to go. Look, there's been lots of conversation about this. We've been trialling 3 weeks for a number of months. There's with some activities have been good and some not so good. Length of meetings, which may be to do with, we've got a lot of information in there. Ultimately, I guess my major concern with moving to monthly is today, I think we've got something like 190 pages plus attachments in our general meeting. I appreciate it's a December meeting. In our closed council, we've got something like 70 plus attachments in there, which is a 400 or 500 page read that we've got to put in place. So my concern with that is simply about the ability of us as individuals to be able to read all that stuff, take it all in, to be able to make sure that we make effective decisions. So that's my, if you like, overall concern with it. I'm also mindful that other councils, Hobart City Council being one of them, operate in a similar way to what this is being recommended, which is a monthly meeting and fortnightly planning meetings, I think, or every other period. So we get through the planning things. I guess taking the planning out potentially reduces the amount of time and effort that we need to put in because it's being done in a separate issue. And I think to some extent us focusing on that as opposed to all the other things that we do actually has some merit associated with it. But I guess, being used to things we were used to, the 2 weekly one always seemed to work reasonably well for me, so I was always very comfortable with that. But I'm never not up for trying something that's new. I'm prepared to accept this as the way forward for the time being, but I would do it on the basis that we review that at the half year. So that going into the new council at the end of the financial year, that we've considered and made an informed decision as to whether this is the right thing for us to do.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Britton is the seconder.
Question first, if I can. We've obviously got some papers in front of us. I'm just wondering if someone was to want to stick to 3 weekly meetings, or if they wanted to go to fortnightly, are we going to have to amend the current motion? I can probably figure this out myself. Okay, no.
Yes, I'd say due to the breadth of that change, it would be an alternate motion.
Okay, no worries. Yep. So the current, thank you.
Yeah, even though it's only changing a word.
If I can, I may just withhold my turn to speak.
Yep, that's fine. Yep. Further questions or comments? Question, Councillor Walker.
Question, if I may. Under the current motion that's being discussed, we have planning authority meetings once a month. What is the nature of those meetings? Are they committee meetings or are they ordinary council meetings? Or are they some other category?
CEO.
Thank you through the chair, Councillor Walker. They would be a full council meeting focusing on agenda item 11 being the planning authority.
Okay, but you'd be familiar with the Local Government Meeting Procedures Act and the stipulations there about ordinary meetings and the content that should be held within ordinary council meetings. If it's an ordinary council meeting, then things such as notices of motion from councillors, question time, all those things would be included in that meeting. So in other words, in this 4 weekly one, the planning authority meeting is in fact just a council meeting. Well, not just, but it is our council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. You are 100% correct. What the intention would be is where you see, for example, in your currently listed agenda items under delivery and performance or QV MAG or Chief Executive Officer, etc., we would be putting them into the once a month council meeting, but you are 100% correct. There's nothing stopping notices of motion or questions or public question time.
Further questions? To speak? Okay.
I'd like to speak against the motion. I feel that the current 3 week time for council meetings has had insufficient time for it to be properly bedded down. We entered it early last year, and since then we've created our strategic plan. We've had lots of other big agenda items that has made the length of meetings considerably longer than perhaps might have been otherwise. And as such, I would foreshadow that should this motion be defeated, I will be moving a motion for 3 weekly meetings to continue for the rest of this council term, and we'll let the new council determine what they may do. Just in looking at it, one of the things that was brought to us initially was the need for more workshops and workshop time for councillors to be updated and to consider what they then consider and vote on in a meeting. And under the current proposal of 3, under the proposed one in front of us, the actual number of workshops doesn't seem to increase at all. We just have the planning meeting instead of something else. Whereas the 3 weekly cycle gives us 30 workshops and 16 meetings, 1 AGM and a show holiday. And I think that is the right balance. A fortnightly meeting only gives us 24 meetings, but only 23 workshops. So we would lose 7 workshops should we go to a fortnightly cycle. And I just think that this is not good governance for us. And I encourage and plead with our fellow councillors to vote against the motion as moved, and we'll move a substantive new motion asking for 3 weekly meeting cycle to be the way going forward for the next 9 months or so, or 10 months till we get into the caretaker process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Further contributions? A question? Councillor Britton? To speak? Yep.
Thank you. At risk of embarrassing myself here, I believe I've passed the motion when... don't worry. Look, No.
Just for the purposes of conversation.
No, I will speak to it. From the outside looking in, I think this organisation is going through a massive change. In the last 3 years, we've had essentially 3 CEOs, 2 mayors, 2 new councillors. We've just had a massive restructure of the entire organisation. And 6, 7, 8, 9 months ago, whenever it was, we moved from 2 weekly to 3 weekly meetings. We're forecasting to change all of our committees to the 3 pillar committees. Those committees, I believe, are potentially going to work far differently to any previous committees that we've had, including they may get delegations, separate meetings, etc., etc. That to me is a lot of change. We've taken on 3 weekly meetings, for better or for worse. I have found them to be quite good, albeit a lot longer. I believe the appetite around the table is almost 50-50. Some people can see it are working well with 4. Some people want to go back to 2. My, I guess, thoughts are with all of the other change that has happened around the place, perhaps we leave the meetings where they currently are at the moment. We begin our 3 pillar committees, get those underway, figure those out, and understand how they are going to work with the governance and how councillors operate in those. And perhaps after that, we move to 4 weekly meetings. There is a small part of me that believes if I was here for another 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 years, at some point we will move to monthly meetings. Whether it's time to do that now or not, I'm not sure. And that'll be up to the table. My personal feelings, and this is where, even though I seconded the motion, my personal feeling is that we should stay at 3 weeks at the moment. And as a side note to that, and I will say to the table, that I said this at workshop the other day, but this is an organisation of nearly 600 people. We are the 12 who set the strategic direction and outline these plans and try to point the ship in the right direction. But at the end of the day, it's everybody else who does all of the work. It's everybody else who implements those things, and it's everybody else who essentially is here for 5 days a week, not just our one. I'm very respectful that everybody does a lot more work than that. But if we have the entirety of the staff, or at least the majority, saying this is what is going to work better for us, then I believe as councillors we have to stand back and go, well, if that is going to be how the organisation is going to run more efficiently and more effectively, irrespective of how we feel about it, that is what's going to give the best outcome for the Launceston ratepayers and for the community. And we need to be very careful, I think, of falling into the trap of just staying in the status quo because it's what we know and it's what we've done. Change is very scary, and I'd like to reiterate, I'm not sure if I would like to change to go to monthly yet or not, but we have changed a lot, and perhaps we stay at the 3 weekly meetings, we sort out our committees and make this decision at a later date. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair. I don't think anyone's afraid of change. It's just not the issue at all. I think all want is a functional council and meetings that work. The strange thing is, and I was one who, firmly has said that I wish to stay at meetings every fortnight. I have been involved somewhat in council for the last 20 years or so. Coming along as a concerned ratepayer for many years, agitator, whatever you like, and now here I am around the table, and I've seen that work quite successfully for those 20 years. What I have seen, going to 3 weeks, is a year of turmoil, and to correct you, Councillor Harris, through you, Chair, it's not last year that was implemented, it's the start of this year, I do believe. So it's been, maybe 8, 10 short months, maybe a bit longer, January. And we have had extraordinarily long meetings. We have had planning decisions that have fallen outside the cycle. I mean, it's not definitive, but there have been things that haven't worked. Now, I know that, it's not as if the staff are just here for our pleasure, but nonetheless, the council is here for people to have representation, for people to be able to come in here and speak to items that matter, and not necessarily to wait a month for that to happen, but, on a semi-regular basis. Even once every 3 weeks, it becomes a bit of an odd thing. It's sort of like put your wheelie bin out every 3rd week, but not the red one, the blue one, and all of a sudden it starts to become an irregular process. And I think we've got there with the once every 3 weeks. I think that it has somewhat disorganised some of our departments, our planning department especially. And nonetheless, I do agree we are doing more reporting than ever. So it's a strange thing to say that it's difficult for the staff to do the work in 2 weeks, but we're going to ask the staff to do more work in terms of reporting as well, and therefore the meetings become longer because there's extra items in the agenda. Strangely enough, I somewhat support the motion that we are discussing at the moment, because in actual fact, that's 2 ordinary meetings a month and 2 workshops a month, which is exactly what I want to return to. And I can see that there will be planning matters that have to be decided outside that designated planning meeting, which is an ordinary council meeting, and there will be other items, including a notice of motion that might come from me, that I'll say, no, that can be discussed at the planning council meeting, because that can't be refused according to the Local Government Meeting Procedures Act of 2025, I do believe. So what a conundrum that we find ourselves in. I think there's 3 different plans in front of us and an unresolved position, even though we have talked about it, and I acknowledge that we've talked about this in workshop. I feel as though we've got now to the end of the year where we have to, every 12 months, list a meeting schedule. That's part of the Act as well. That our General Manager, our CEO, has to publish within 12 months every year the schedule for the next year. And that's what we're doing today. In fact, we might be breach of the Local Government Act if we didn't do it today. So, what to do? I'm firmly of the belief that we should go back to fortnightly meetings. If that is to occur via a planning meeting, then so be it. But in actual fact, I think we'll find that those meetings will start to blend and they'll just be considered ordinary council meetings, because work that can be done in one will be done in another, and vice versa. So very odd times, I think there is a majority of people who do believe we should go back to fortnightly meetings. It's difficult that this is the motion that has been moved, but I'm certainly not in favour of the once every 3 week meetings. I think that's the least. We've done it. We've trialled it. And here we are trying to readdress it. So in other words, it hasn't worked. I'll just end by flagging that if this notice of motion is not successful, I shall be moving that we move to fortnightly meetings, the schedule of which is provided as an alternate recommendation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further contributions? Councillor Price.
Thank you, Mayor. If, as Councillor Walker has described, we do go to the essentially again for a fortnightly meeting by having the planning meeting. Given that be the case, is there opportunity for a workshop prior to that planning meeting so that we are not wasting time like it used to be in the previous council term? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Priest. So looking at the meeting schedule which is proposed, you'll note that the Planning Authority meetings start at 1 p.m. is a proposal. So what we hope to do is once we get into the flow with our new committees which we're proposing is that they'll meet monthly before that 1 p.m. Planning Authority meeting. So we'll be having we'll be having committee meetings and then a Planning Authority meeting after that.
Further questions? Contributions? Councillor Walker, further question?
Question, if I may. So that Planning Authority meeting would be an official ordinary council meeting and therefore councillors would have to abide by all the legislation that is associated with attendance at an ordinary council meeting, i.e. it's a meeting every 2 weeks and any councillor missing more than 2 of those would be in jeopardy of losing their position. Thank you.
Can we have some governance advice around that? Because the way I read this, it's not an ordinary meeting. It's as if it is a committee meeting. But are we 100% saying that we're going to open, we're going to have questions from the public, then we're going to go into planning? Because that sounds really strange to me. I thought it was just planning like a committee, do planning, next time's workshop, next time's meeting, next time's workshop, Planning Authority, which is basically a subcommittee of all council. This isn't what I imagined what that was. So can I just get some clarification that we're going to have question time and questions by councillors on Planning Authority? Because that's not a Planning Authority meeting to me.
Thank you. Through the Chair, as it's planned, it would be considered an ordinary meeting with the intention that only planning items would be listed on it, the agenda, but Councillor Walker is correct. If a councillor wished to bring forward a notice of motion and public question time, etc., would still happen. In the absence of that, we would then move to a model where you would be looking to, and again taking feedback from councillors at workshop, a Planning Authority committee. The will of the workshop discussions to date has been that all councillors are present for planning as opposed to only some being present, and therefore delegation would be required. So in essence, we'd be creating a committee which is all councillors and giving it delegation. So we'd actually be touching a planning matter twice. We'd be touching it in a committee and then confirming it via the formal council meeting. So the most efficient way to do it is an actual council meeting. What we're proposing though is that understanding that every Planning Authority council meeting will have planning matters. Now, if other matters do come about, then obviously, yes, by virtue of the Local Government Act and the regulations, they absolutely can be included. But our intention in setting the agenda, where you're seeing items, for example, under the CEO's network or finance network, etc., wouldn't enter that agenda. They would enter the end of the month or a 4-week cycle.
Thank you for that clarification. Further question, Councillor Harris.
Indeed. So would the Planning Authority meeting meet if there were no planning items to be discussed?
No.
Wouldn't it be
so therefore it's not really a meeting. It does bring me to the other question that you mentioned for the officer there about the council committees, where you said we hope to have them in the morning. Certainly some of the committees have been shut down for over 9 months now. When would we expect to see such committees up and working, because we're not seeing it at the moment, and I'm not sure what work has been done in the background that we're not familiar with, but certainly we don't seem to have anything going on other than a couple of the committees, such as the Homeless Committee, and also interestingly the Heritage, I think it is the other one.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. So, as councillors would be aware, there's been numerous workshops in the last couple of months seeking to get some agreement and consensus on how we want to structure our committees. We've proposed that the three strategic pillars form the basis of those committees. Clearly, there is still some work to do in that space, and that's something we're committed to resolving in 2026. Once we've got the meeting schedule bedded down, that will provide us some clarity, and we can come back to council with a clearer proposal on that, particularly around timeframes and how that would look.
Councillor Walker.
I just query your advice there. If you're advertising, if we were to approve this and you're advertising these as ordinary council meetings, I don't understand how we could then turn around and start cancelling meetings just because there's no planning content in that meeting. We will, after whatever we approve today, will be a schedule for next year. And once that schedule is set, we can't just go around cancelling meetings, ordinary council meetings. So, to clarify.
Thank you, Councillor Walker, and you are correct, and I retract my statement. Governance has just advised we still would. If there's no planning items, we would simply have only public question time on that agenda.
And just to clarify, the list is that the agenda of an ordinary council meeting is to provide for, but not limited to, the following items: attendance and apologies, confirmation of minutes, date and purpose of the council workshops held, request of leave of absence, notification of leave of absence for parental leave, declarations of interest, public question time, councillor motions with notice, any reports to be received, any matter to be discussed at the meeting. So that is the agenda of, that's the minimum agenda of that meeting.
Any further clarification? Any questions? Councillor Harris?
Just a question of what's putting in here. Efficiencies of fortnightly meetings in 2024 to the three weekly meetings of 2025. The number of agenda items was up 29%. Is that correct? And yet the total meeting time only went up 9.7%. And the average time for each item has reduced from 11 to 9 minutes, 9.47 minutes. I'm not sure if that's 47 seconds or whether it's 0.47 of a minute, but nevertheless, it does seem to be a more efficient meeting procedure compared to our 2 weekly cycle.
The numbers are the numbers, Councillor Harris. I would say, though, that we do have a number of new standing items this year which have been brought in. So we have, for example, in the CEO network, the updates of the status of notice of motions, council decision status updates, the monthly finance report. I'm sure there's various other standing items which we have as well. These typically don't generate a lot of conversation, which is fine. They're taken as read and then moved. So clearly there's an increase in the number of agenda items, but that doesn't directly correlate to an increased length of time for meetings.
Councillor Walker? Any further question?
I would like to move an alternate motion that we move to fortnightly meetings. I'm happy if we take the vote on that, but I'm happy to also flag that I will move that alternate motion if it's not successful.
So just through governance as well, we've got that Councillor Harris has foreshadowed the 3 weekly staying the same in his opening statement. So just working through governance around the process of moving an alternate or foreshadowing if one fails. So if you could just step through that process.
Thank you, through the Chair. Mr Mayor, we currently have a motion that has been moved and seconded and debated, so that will need to be dealt with first. In the situation that is lost, then we would be referring to Councillor Harris's already foreshadowed motion of 3 weekly, of which councillors have copies of, the white copy on your desk. That would need to be dealt with, and if moved and seconded, can then be debated. And if that is lost, then Councillor Walker has foreshadowed fortnightly, which is the pink option on your desk. So if you go white, then pink. Blue. Oh, sorry, yours is blue. Sorry, mine is white. Correction, yours is blue. So in the absence the current motion is lost, then it would go to Councillor Harris to move.
Okay, so we've now discussed the moved and seconded motion, which is the 4 weekly. Any further contributions to the 4 weekly? And just because you moved and seconded doesn't mean you support it either. It just means that we get to discuss it, unlike some other councils, if you only move it if you agree with it. But question, Councillor Palmer?
Just to be crystal clear, the first one we're voting on is?
The one in the agenda.
Yep.
This was the workshop, Council and Planning Authority meeting workshop as January, then February, Planning Authority meeting workshop, Council meeting workshop on page 154. Okay, we right to vote on the 4 weekly? All those in favour of the published agenda? Those against? Okay, the motion is lost. The only 4 was the Deputy and the Mayor. So now we move to the foreshadowed, which is the 3 weekly, which has been moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Britton. Councillor Harris, any further commentary?
Just to restate that what I like about this 3-week cycle is that it gives us much more workshop time. It doesn't give us committee meeting time on a Thursday, which is unfortunate, but should the committees be made available, we can perhaps shorten up or start a little bit later on one of the workshops and have committees from 9:30 till 11 or something similar. And so hence we would go forward from there. I do believe we haven't given this long enough to settle in. It has only been less than 12 months since we implemented this trial, and I think to leave it for another 9 or 10 months is in the best interests of governance, and then allow the new council to decide what to do in 2027 based on their experience of what it might be for 3 weekly meetings. So I hope you will support that. The advantage of this does offer over the other of a fortnightly one is that people, what's advantage or disadvantage, depending which way you look at it, is that to miss 3 meetings actually takes you longer under the 3 weekly meeting cycle. It takes than it does under the fortnightly one. And if that's only if you don't have an apology. But nevertheless, it might be important for some of us.
So Councillor Harris, just confirming with you also, happy with, here we are, happy with the 10:30 a.m. start?
At the moment, and I would certainly suggest the first 1 or 2 at 10:30 makes sense. However, I do feel that the number of development applications or planning authority items that we'll have to deal with will, as it has steadily trended down from 44 in 2023 to only 31 so far in 2025, I suspect that will continue. And as such, I think a slightly different meeting time could be discussed, but I will leave it at 10:30 for the instance of this one. But we could either bring it forward to 9:30 and have our meetings done before lunch, or we could choose to start at 1 o'clock. But let's leave it at this stage at 10:30 for simplicity's sake.
Thank you. Councillor Britton is the seconder.
Thank you. I think I said a fair bit at the last motion. Look, in my opinion, we should just continue on with these 3 weekly meetings. 10:30 is absolutely fine. There's clearly a lot of debate about whether or not this is a good idea or whether or not this is a bad one. I agree with Councillor Harris's sentiment that we haven't quite given our current meeting agenda a proper go. And as I said, obviously these 3 pillars and the committees that are coming could potentially change a lot of the way we see these meetings and the way decisions are made inside the council and how councillors interact with those decisions and make them. But let's get that part sorted out, let everything else cool down and maybe come back to this at a later date. So I feel very comfortable and will be in support of continuing these 3 weekly meetings. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Britton. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Chair. The trial's been run. It's all over. The race has been run. We've had a good crack at it. That's great. I'd like to propose a compromise, if I may. I shall be moving an alternate motion if this motion is to fail, going to the fortnightly meetings. But my compromise is this. Our CEO can call every second meeting a planning meeting if he likes. And it'll be very similar to what he has proposed in our agenda, in fact. In fact, it'll be identical. But for the fact that those meetings currently are listed to start at 10:30 a.m. So surprise, surprise, I would also, in that alternate motion, be suggesting that those council meetings start at 1 p.m. I think the content of each of those will be less. Indeed, if the CEO takes advantage of the idea that we covertly think of one as a planning meeting, they should even be shorter every second meeting. But by starting at 1 p.m, we do allow ourselves time before those Thursday meetings for workshops as required, if and when required. And I think we all know that they are required. Things do come along quite quickly. Decisions have to be made. Discussions have to be had. That model allows us to have, if required, which we've done in the past, a workshop every week. What we currently have, as is the current motion, the 3 weekly meetings, we can't have a workshop on this day, which we started at 10:30 this morning. We could possibly squeeze in a half-hour workshop in the morning, but it would be rushed and difficult when we're all trying to prepare for a council meeting. So that's my compromise. I understand, why you might think to continue with the 3 weekly meetings, but I think the race has been run there, and as I say, this seems to me the perfect compromise. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker, and if the need arises, we'll just flesh that out a little bit. Thank you for the pre-warning for the foreshadowing. Further contributions to the moved motion, which is to stay as it is, with the 3 weekly meeting, multiple workshops. No further contributions? Anything further to close?
No.
Great. Okay, let's vote on the 3 weekly. All those in favour? Those against? 5 against? 5 for. The motion is lost. We now move to, let's flesh out what this actually looks like as a motion, because with governance.
Well, I would like to...
So now we're working with Councillor Walker. I want to know exactly what we're voting on with this, because...
I would like to move the alternate motion that we go to fortnightly meetings. The only change being that the commencement time for council meetings every second week is 1 p.m, allowing for workshops when required beforehand. As I say, I'm cognizant that those meetings could vary, that one might be more of a planning meeting if that is possible, but it also allows the flexibility for the CEO to be able to bring planning decisions to any of those meetings. So, as I say, not dissimilar to what's in the agenda. We've gone full circle and we're back to there. The only difference being the 1 p.m. start, I think that is useful because otherwise, we are in that position where there's no workshop for 2 weeks, every second week. Looking for someone to second. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Pentridge is seconded. A question, Councillor Harris.
A question for governance, possibly. What happens if we fail to support this motion? We've gone through 4 weeks. We've gone through 3 weeks. We will go through fortnightly meetings. Does that mean we stay as we are?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Harris. CEO.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Councillor Harris, and I'll look to my right in case I get this wrong, but if we're unable to come to a decision today by virtue of the Local Government Act, I will be scheduling a special council meeting to get you all back before the year concludes, because the Act says that I need to have a meeting scheduled 12 months in advance.
Thank you, CEO. Okay, moved and seconded. Deputy Mayor.
Blackout, it's a fine mess we've got ourselves into already. Look, we've been through 4, we've been through 3, let's just get this done.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Further contributions? Any other questions? I'm going to hand to you for a second, Deputy, if that's okay. This is just another case, in my opinion, of where we're just going to look so silly. Like, really. We've had some brilliant workshops on this. We've had a recommendation from the officers, and I definitely take both points of view around making it work for the councillors and making it work for the staff. But the ideas have come from the staff. I can't tell you how this is going to feel through our organisation as we walk out of this building. I know that might not be the most important thing. I can feel it in this room already. We have a brand new leadership team that are excited about change. We have a community in which we are driving change. We've employed a CEO that has copped it in the media this week for putting our vision strategically into place. We've had conversations here around we are the strategic drivers of this city. I'm not looking forward to reading what the papers are going to say about us making the decisions on behalf of the community. And that's me just being the mouthpiece of this community, the decisions that I am going to have to go and sell for this council, in which I think I do very well. I think we get lots of comments and our community consultation is fantastic at the moment, but we've asked for change. We've just gone back to 2 weeklies, which is what we might call tried and tested, when all of our recommendations that have come through via the experts that we have employed and empowered on behalf of this organisation, I'm really disappointed at the way in which this has come about. The conversations that, again, we could have had through these workshops with the ample time. And I'm really disappointed to think that we might need a workshop before a council meeting so that we can get our affairs in order. I think if you're doing your work on the day, like, that's, to me, this is just so disappointing. But I understand, and I look forward to spending more times in here, and I look forward to more conversations being had and more meetings going on and being able to have those discussions. But I would love for those discussions to be more based around workshops, grabbing the information, having the conversations, and not using this as an opportunity to come and voice it in a council meeting. That's just a really personally disappointing result on behalf of the community, in my opinion. But I thank those councillors for their opinions and for putting this forward and for the good discussions that have been had. But just for me, a step backwards. In my opinion, we look silly again, making decisions and coming to a point where we might not even have made a decision. I think it's just, we talk about a disrupted term, and yeah, this is cherry on the top, I think, for me. Unfortunately, Deputy Mayor has the chair at the moment, so if there's a further question, then I'm just going to leave this in the hands of the Deputy for a moment.
Thank you very much. We, as a table, I say we because I sit here as well, but I personally feel we've just told the staff that we aren't going to listen to them and that we would prefer fortnightly meetings no matter what evidence is put in front of us, no matter how much experience any of us have at working inside an organisation like this on the other side of the table as well. And I think we have made a grave mistake. Now, to try and look flashy, can I amend the motion? Yes. Good. I'd like to amend the motion so that the recommendation is that we move to 3 weekly meetings, because I don't believe the table has properly understood the decision we're making here today.
Point of order, Chair. No, we've already voted.
Through governance?
Thank you, through the chair. Whilst I kind of like where you were going, Councillor Britton, I recognise, given it's already been lost in this meeting, it would need to be considered at a future meeting, unfortunately.
Not just a future meeting, but I do believe 12 months between motions that are lost. Identical motion.
Well, sorry, I didn't mean to call anybody silly or anything like that. That's not. No, I think you're right. Well, I don't agree with what's happening. Thank you. Thank you,
Deputy Mayor, Acting Mayor, just for the record, I just want to place it on the record, public record, that in every single workshop, in every single conversation, speaking for myself, I have voiced my concern at moving away from fortnightly. I'm one that really liked the fortnightly, and I've never wavered from that. So I just want that on the record, that I've been respectful in listening to the staff. I've been respectful in listening to all my colleagues, and it's okay not to agree. And I have been on the same path since day one, that I enjoyed 2 weeks. So just placing it on the record that in every conversation that I've had, not speaking for anybody else, it's been 2 weeks for me. So thank you.
Councillor Palmer, any other contributions? Not hand back to you, Councillor Walker.
No, please.
Hand back to you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you to close. Thank you. And look, I find many things disappointing in this council. We all do. But nonetheless, decisions have to be made, and that's all we're doing here. It was clear during workshop conversations that there was dissent around the concept of when and how we meet. It's also clear, as I pointed out, that this is a compromise in a sense, because now the CEO is free to focus more planning on one council meeting and more other reports and other agenda items in the other meetings. So in actual fact, this idea that somehow you're letting staff down when the result will be something that's somewhat similar to what was initially being suggested in the agenda, I think is very misleading. I think the only difference is that it has been moved that it be a 1 p.m. start. That is the only difference, which allows for workshops on that morning. To that end, I ask that the matter be put.
Motion, all those in favour? Those against? That's the written against. Motion carried.
Wait, wasn't the motion to put?
Motion being put was to...
Got to vote for it to be put first. Got to is voting for it to be put.
I didn't think David actually put no. Because you actually asked the motion. Right, okay, we've now put that.
Sorry, just some clarification here from governance, because there's nothing in the motion that actually states that in the word, we just have to make sure we've got councillors' wording right around the intention of the motion, that the second week being more focused on planning still. I haven't seen that in the actual, in the wording.
That's really
sure, I just want to, thank you.
So this is the schedule.
Yeah. Thank you. Through the Chair, for clarity, as the mover of the motion, you speaking now closes it to put it, so you don't need a procedural motion. Based on that and not the explicit wording as we'd originally proposed in the 4-weekly cycle, given it says council meeting, we will take it as a council meeting and it will be a full agenda, including monthly finance reports, etc., at each meeting per month.
So the vote's already been taken, I think. We'll do it again for clarity. All of those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. All those against? Three against. Motion doesn't go.
Cool. Strategy and innovation. At 21.1 is the ICADA delegation report. We've got the recommendation being to receive the report as a formal record. We also direct council officers to proceed with the proposals in the next step outlined in the report, and we note any budget amendments that were required as a part of that as well in the new meeting schedule. Somebody please to move. Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And it is, while it is all in the delegation report here, I did want to stand to thank staff, particularly Sarah McRobbie, who is the author of this report, for collating the information, but not just that, organising before, long before this trip to Japan took place, this delegation, organising briefing papers and sessions that were able to help inform councillors a fantastic job, and I look forward to the implementation of the next steps. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge is the seconder. Good. Any further contributions around the table? Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got the Launceston Central Marketing Incorporated Annual Report 21.2. We've got the recommendation to receive the report. Somebody please to move. Deputy Mayor's moved, seconded by Councillor Harris. Commentary?
I think we've had a comprehensive report on this workshop, so
Fantastic.
I'm happy to...
Councillor Harris?
Nothing more.
Anything around the table? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got the CEO Network at 22 with the status report on council decisions. 22.1. Recommendation is to receive the report. Somebody move, please. Deputy Mayor has moved, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Commentary? Contributions? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got also the status on notices of motion, 22.2, recommendation being that we receive the report. Somebody please to move. Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Marsden. Any contributions from the table? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We've got the report on the City of Launceston's annual general meeting at 22.3. We've got in that recommendation that council notes that the motions that are published were passed in this report. And in the report, the recommendation is how to move forward with those recommendations. Somebody please to move. Councillor Walker, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker, contributions.
Just briefly, that 2 out of 5 notices of motions that were brought to the annual general meeting by Mr Smith, those 2 that were successfully passed at the meeting were the installation of a bench at the George Street taxi rank and the investigation and consideration for a change, a bylaw for early discount provision, a table of which is provided, discount provision for parking fines, the payment of parking fines, a table of which is in the agenda, and that will require further investigation by our staff. So I look forward to that coming back in the new year for a vote around this table for both of those. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Councillor Pentridge? Cool. Got a question, Councillor Harris.
Yeah, just a question regarding the seat. Is there any been identified issues in by the staff on the provision of such a seat near the taxi rank as used to be there? So I assume if for some reason it got taken away.
Sure, Councillor Harris will take that on notice as a part of the process. That the first part of this would be just to investigate to start with. Thank you. Any further contributions around the annual general meeting? Okay. Anything to close, Councillor Walker? To the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present. The motion is carried. We've got the Tas Water Price and Services Plan 5 at 22.4. Recommendation being that council notes the published correspondence from Tas Water and we seek the endorsement to provide the requested letter of support. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Harris. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I will stand to speak to this. I went to the Tas Water meeting where this was actually promoted. I think we've also had a letter from our member representative, being the Mayor of Neander, asking for us to send a letter of support in regard to it. I think the first one, which is tariff reform to make bills more reflective of actual usage, is really taken because most of our bill at this present point in time is actually the fixed charge. And the objective is to, over time, move to a situation where the fixed charge will come down and you'll get more charge for what you use. So it's a user pay principle rather than effectively everybody pays for the water and a little bit gets added onto the top. So that's the principle behind the tariff move to reflective of actual use, which I think is a sensible thing to do. A significant investment in community infrastructure and I guess the improving the capital efficiencies and things like that. I think we all have issues with what Tas Water continue to charge and the increase in prices that we get from them. My view is that over generations, council probably underinvested when we owned the water authority, and a lot of it's now being caught up by Tas Water to do what it needs to do. we want to have potable drinking water, we want to have good quality water for all of our residents of Tasmania, including ourselves. So I think we really don't have much choice but to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Harris, seconder.
No, the Deputy Mayor said it all.
Any further contributions? We've got Councillor Pentridge first, then Councillor Walker. Okay, yep, Councillor Walker first, then Councillor Pentridge.
Look, I've just a question to begin with. Taswater writing to us as a stakeholder, owner of Taswater, or as a municipality?
There you go.
Thank you. Through the Chair, Councillor Walker. I'm just opening the attachment now, which was included in the agenda, dated 28 November 2025, which is the request. And it's signed by the Chief Owner's Representative. So I'm assuming as a part owner and shareholder, given it's been signed by the Chief Owner's Representative.
To speak, if I may, Chair. Thank you. Look, of course we want service to be provided, but we've all witnessed in Tasmania the escalation of tariffs from Taswater, not just Taswater, other utilities as well. But what we see now is will be a 40% increase over the next 4 or 5 years of Taswater tariffs to households. Now, I know that they are shifting their model towards a more user-pays model, but nonetheless, regardless of that, there will be it's not just a shifting of costs, it's an increasing of costs. It's 8% per year, year on year, to nearly 50% increase of your water bill. Now, we've already seen that over the years, and fair enough, infrastructure has to be taken care of. But at what point, and Taswater are borrowing heavily at the same time, and we've seen this before in Tasmania. We've seen it with hydroelectricity, where they owed over $1 billion, and Tasmanians pay for it. We will see it from the state government in other ways, and we are seeing it with Taswater. They are borrowing heavily, they are increasing the tariffs, and unfortunately, the average Tasmanian is not getting a 40% increase in their wages. It's just not the way it happens. So we need some restraint, and I would caution us writing back to Taswater saying, that's great, knock yourself out. There has to be some mitigating circumstances. There has to be a way that we can somehow minimise the damage that we're doing to our communities. And I don't know, I'm not sure where that work's being done, whether it's helping people in getting their own water tanks, for example. That would be a great thing if it's going to be user pays. Why not help people minimise the amount of water that they use? There's none of that work being done. I don't see any of that on the Taswater website, and so I don't think that we should associate ourselves with their increases. That's a decision for them. We can't stop it. We don't have to agree with it. We are a shareholder of Taswater, but I don't think that shareholding entitles us to interfere in their setting of their tariffs. That's up to them and the government economic regulator. But the last thing I think we should be doing is writing a letter of support in order for them to do it. I would like to see restraint in these troubling economic times.
Thanks, Councillor Walker. Further contributions from the seconder, Councillor Howard? Oh, no, yes, we did move that one, sorry. Yep. Councillor Bedridge? Right on the wrong side.
Councillor Walker has covered a lot of my concerns. I think it's not I don't agree with our Deputy Mayor. I don't think Launceston City Council did a bad job when we controlled it. And I think it has got totally out of control. And I don't think they were fantastically run. I know they're not a fantastically run organisation. And the costs to our community, and that's my concern, we're not getting any better. I mean, we've got a failing infrastructure. We've got a lot of our system, especially around the city, is well past the dues by date. There's no real plans to do that. But the costs are just ridiculous. So I'm not sure, and I agree with Councillor Walker. The last thing we need to be doing is supporting them to continue doing what they're doing.
Thanks, Councillor Pentridge. Deputy Mayor to close.
I think I'll just leave it in the hands of my erstwhile colleagues.
Oh, Deputy. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? We've got Councillor Walker, Pentridge, Kai and Priest against. The motion is carried. We do have a late couple of items at 23.1. First off, we have to accept the late items, which will be the Hawthorn sponsorship agreement and the draft development assessment panel, the DAP bill, dated October 2025. So with the recommendation for the first one, that is just by absolute majority to accept the two late items, noting that one of those is also enclosed. Somebody please to move. Councillor Britton, second by Councillor Harris. All those in favour of accepting the late items, that's all councillors present. We accept those late items. We move forward to one of those items now, which is at 23.2, which is the submission for the DAPs. The recommendation being that council endorses the submission, which is the draft, as attached in this late item agenda for lodgement with the State Planning Office, and it has to be done by tomorrow, the 12th. Somebody please to move. Councillor Walker has moved, seconded by Councillor Pentridge. Councillor Walker, to the DAPs.
Thank you, Chair. And just standing to thank the CEO and council staff members to reiterate our position, which has been consistently that as City Council, we remain opposed to elements of the developer assessment panel as a concept that the state government has now for the third time brought forward and has asked public submissions for. My understanding is there is very little substantial change when it comes to what they are proposing. It would still be that development applications of $10 million or more in an area such as Launceston would be eligible to go to a development assessment panel. Similarly, developments that involve, I think, affordable housing, what's designated as affordable housing, would also be eligible to go for that. And in the more regional areas, it's projects over $5 million. Now, a lot of that might sound reasonable at first glance and first description, and it probably is in many cases when there's no controversy. It is when there is any element of controversy, any whiff of difficulty, that this is going to be very problematic for our community. And that will mean that there is limited opportunity for community representation, and decisions will be final, and that the input that is normally ascribed to the people around this table will only be listened to through written representation, as any individual can do, but not through any actual interrogation, which is what we do on a regular basis when it comes to development applications. There should not be any fear, if you comply with the planning scheme, to have your planning, your development application come through this room. There shouldn't be any fear at all. So I certainly don't think that this is necessary in any shape or form, and all it is doing is creating more distrust and uncertainty in an area that I think this council, along with every other council in the state, has worked very hard towards trying to create a consistent, reasoned and sound process of assessments when it comes to development applications. And I think the statistics will back that up. By and large, most things get approved either by office of delegation or around this table, and there is very, very few items that actually get to the point where they have to go to tribunal for arbitration. So thank you for that, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Are there any significant differences in this legislation that could be ascertained in this submission?
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Finton.
Thanks for the question. Overall, it's relatively minor, the changes. The submission kind of points out our previous position and just reestablishes that there's really limited opportunity to make changes there.
Thank you. Councillor Pentridge?
I'll stand by what Councillor Walker said.
Thank you. Any further contributions? Anything? Oh, yeah, Deputy Mayor.
Only to say, I think this morning was that in action. Whilst there were two opposing views from the community. The community had the opportunity to be heard in this chamber, had the opportunity for us to actually speak on their behalf or whatever and represent their interests based on planning law. And I think that would be a real loss to the community if they didn't have that opportunity to come to that.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Anything further? Anything to close? Okay, to the vote. All those in favour? Those against? Those abstaining? Abstaining, Councillor Palmer. Other councillors for. The motion is carried. Okay, so now we move into closed council. Recommendation that we be in closed council to discuss the published matters as a part of this agenda. Somebody please to move. Councillor Palmer has moved, seconded by Councillor Harris. All those in favour to move into closed? That is all councillors present. The motion is carried. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. Okay, councillors, now we're back in open session. Somebody please to move that the table of contents is a correct record of the conversations in closed council. Moved by Councillor Harris, seconded by Councillor Walker. Any commentary? Yeah? It's the... No, it's the... I was going to say the rat's in the wall. Okay, putting it to the vote. All those in favour? All councillors present, the motion is carried. We close at 4:56. So my overs have lost. Meeting closed. Next one here will be next year. Merry Christmas, everybody. We'll be back as of the new schedule, CEO, the week after the 14th, the 21st? 20, it's close. 22nd of January at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.